just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here, and I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly, we're in a situation, the president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to just foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330 or 303-330 or 300. Wait. You got it. It's on the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long friend, time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30th. 1/30th. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed. The Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economists. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case? You worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. But President Trump and the demagogues around the world, Donald Trump is re-elected. Some people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting, I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists over in London. This is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. Now we have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school.
Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go boom, boom, boom.
If we just were to reinstitute the cafe standards.
And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the president, the future president here, that the senator's talking about, I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Barack and I talked about in the beginning.
Couldn't get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. Right. He's saying that it was President, my boss, it was his fault.
I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where in the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an existential threat to this. It's not hypothetical. We could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say, "You take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." Also have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is really with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad folks. But guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings.
There's things that are worth doing with China.
What presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being vice president.
High-quality options, the public option will be available on my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable.
Not the end in themselves. Mischaracterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1 trillion, 640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but the example We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism over fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I want to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up.
Welcome to Liv Posting.
I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Serbs are illiterate degenerates. Illiterate degenerates. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Banger posts, Mr. Taliban.
Banger post, Mr. Taliban. Welcome to Liv Posting.
Serbs are illiterate degenerates. Illiterate degenerates. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. I'm not gay. President Xi is my dad. Let that sink in. Banger posts, Mr. Taliban. Hello, everyone. Actually, this is fucked up. How are you all doing? We're back. Once again, we are back. Sorry I didn't stream yesterday. Is that better? I think so. I started to stream on Wednesday. I had a bunch of things at the same time, and it was like a pain. I also I'm fucking this up. I got a green screen, as you might notice, but is that better? No, there's a bit of green there. I'm still fucking with the settings. The jury's still actually. This might be better. And then just doing this live for some reason. Also, sorry I was late today. We were recording a QAnon Anonymous episode, and I'm fairly certain there was like an anti-vax like protest thing outside of my like outside, like close to my fucking house. And it was loud enough that we had to pause the recording to like make sure it was finished. So it took longer than it was supposed to. Go back to the old setup. Get rid of the green screen. Edge detection sucks. What does that mean? Yes, the audit is wonderful. It was working before. I'm just my thing is fucked up. I'm using the other thing as well as a green screen. There are pixels in my hair. Yeah, it is. It is.
All cops
It'll
are
look weird
bad
for now.
cops.
I'll get it working. Cashew Paladin, thank you for the 10 months. How are green screen? No, green screens are definitely better than what I had before. Mellow Mike, thank you for the 7 months. And Elizabeth, thank you for the 6 months. I have pixels in my teeth, yeah. I got a cool one. What are they? The thing where you can like set it up. You don't have to hang it from your thing. It's you from your wall. It's very convenient. Yeah, this does look weird. I had it working before. I just fucked up the lighting today. But I'll deal with it eventually. I'm very bad with technical things. Maybe less like that. They don't want you to know about red screens. That's so true. I guess we can begin with that. Well, let's see the CNN thing, because the current line now is by Q people is like it's always been bad. I always knew that it was Antifa that did the Maricopa audit and that it was fake.
No one has lost the state of Arizona more than Donald Trump. He keeps losing again and again and again, even worse than he thought. For months, the former president has claimed that the sham partisan audit in Arizona's Maricopa County would reverse the results and somehow declare him the victor. But overnight, a draft report of the so-called air quotes audit by a group calling itself
This
the
is better.
Cyber Ninjas.
Do we like this? This is great. I think this works pretty well. Sorry, I just slid it all the way.
Found that not only did Donald Trump lose Arizona, but he lost by even more votes than previously realized. In other words, they found he was an even bigger loser than the first time around. But here's the thing. The news here isn't that this proves Joe Biden was the legitimate winner in Arizona. He already was. It didn't need confirmation or affirmation by the Cyber Ninjas. It was based on sham questions, this audit, and sham concerns, and the results of which, and maybe the
All
goal
cops
all
are
along,
bad cops.
Space
was
Time
to
Wonder, I think it
raise
was 60
doubt,
months.
to make people believe that something might have been stolen when it was not. And that quest continues. Donald Trump demanded that Texas...
See, I think this is much better than what I had before. And there's no weird objects in the background. There's a bit of, I have a green hue or whatever. But I think that's more preferable. And it's like, it knows where I am. Whereas when there's like a bunch of heterogeneous objects in the back, I'll show you. Actually, can I? Is there embarrassing things? The lighting is also terrible. I need to light this better. But when there's a bunch of weird, like heterogeneous objects, the NVIDIA detection works
A state
much
he won.
worse.
Investigate
All
its
cops
election.
are bad
DJ Shannon,
cops.
hello, how's it going? Thank you for the 17 months. Piss filter is out, Shrek filter is in. That's so true. It's the Shrek filter. Let's go.
And overnight, just 8.5 hours after getting his marching orders from his leader, Governor Greg Abbott complied with his leader. The state will now audit the 2020 election results in 4 counties. And one result of all this intentional doubt, violence. We saw it on January 6th. And also this morning, the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection has issued its first subpoenas for documents and testimony for 4 of Trump's closest advisors.
Now, there is also breaking news in the search for the fiancée of Gabby Petito. A federal...
Yes, the video's out tomorrow. It's still up for early release on for patrons at $2 a month. It's on Envy. And the ContraPoints video, as well as just like Nietzsche in general and my sort of left Nietzschean reading. So yeah, if you pay $2 a month, you will see it early, but it will be out tomorrow.
Warrant issued for Brian Laundrie, but it's not connected to Gabby's death. We also have new information about the last time that Laundrie saw his parents.
I totally missed all of this. This is the cool thing, because I'm back in school now, so I'm doing like a lot of reading stuff, and I'm sort of embedded in this. I didn't notice the Gabby Petito thing. I didn't see any of it. I saw a thing that they found that she died, and I'm like, who died? This is sort of evidence that like nature is healing, I think. Like this is literally just like a random white woman disappeared, right? And it became like a big thing. Yeah, because we haven't had that in a while. Right? The entire nation concerned about random white woman. Not to minimize, the fact that she died is very tragic, of course.
Tito, a federal warrant.
It's just, why is it like a national story? It's sort of a confusing, but that is maybe there's a desire to go back to normal, because this is a very like 2006 headline,
Warrant issued for Brian Laundrie.
Oh, is she a YouTuber? Oh, that's why. It isn't back to normal. She's an influencer. I see. That explains it. It wasn't just okay. Yeah, I guess that's the modern version of the random white woman thing, is random white woman who is also an influencer.
Laundrie, but it's not connected to Gabby's death. We also have new information about the last time that
TikTokers are also channeling. Oh, I saw that thing. I posted a thing on because I'm doing TikTok again. I posted a thing saying I'm live, like how I used to tweet out. So I wonder if that'll work. I wonder if people will show up.
Laundrie saw his parents before he vanished, and we have reported.
This is what happens when I miss a single stream, is missing white woman syndrome. We need to find out where Liv is. Where did she go?
Covering every angle of this story this morning, beginning with CNN's Kyung Hwa in Arizona. Tell us the latest there with this confirmation that really didn't need confirmation, Kyung.
All cops are bad cops.
Well, what you're talking about, Brianna, there is the draft report. This is something that was released overnight. It had been floating at the county level for a few
Whether we
hours
like him or not.
when, suddenly local press started to
this is
print it out,
hilarious. Yeah,
and
we
we
can watch
also
this.
had access to this. It is the draft of what we are expecting.
Let's go, baby!
Is that a typo? Wait, hold on. Is that... Wait. Oh, okay, 200 per year. Okay, I was confused. It's 200. It's a year. It's 200 in a year. You paid for a year. Thank you. Thank you so much, Odinglika. It was weird on this because the year is $200, right? For the 20. Thank you so much. I'll give you. That's enough for a VIP. Thank you.
Will be a final report presented to two Arizona Republicans.
Yeah, I don't know why that glitched, because on this, yeah, it's like 200 for the year for like the highest tier thing, where I shout you out at the end of stuff. But it glitched on the thing. But yeah, anyways, thank you so much.
In the Senate, and that will be the final report. So that's what we're expecting in just hours. But let's go over what's in this draft report. It is a hand count that you guys are talking.
Oh, it's in Norwegian. I see. That's why. Oh, okay. But yeah, thank you.
About, and that
means
bigger
a lot.
loss for Donald Trump. Joe Biden picked up 99 votes per the Cyber Ninja count versus what Maricopa County officially found. Donald Trump lost 261 votes. So you heard John talk about he being a bigger loser. That's what he's talking about.
That's very funny.
This immediately drew a statement from the Maricopa County
That's
Board
so
of Supervisors.
funny, dude.
The chairman, Jack Sellers, saying
They didn't even, because the obvious prediction about Cyber Ninjas was like, they're gonna say that it was rigged, right? Like, how are they being let access to the fucking, to all of this critical information, because then it's gonna look like when they say the ridiculous thing is rigged, that people are going to say that it's real, all the pilled people, but they couldn't even do that.
This means the tabulation equipment counted the ballots as they were designed to do. The results reflect the will of the voters. That should be the end of the story. Everything else is just noise. Now, I read through this entire report, and I can tell you that the rest of it, the depths of it, is really a lot of conspiracy spaghetti thrown up against the wall. And that's what they are expecting later today when that final report is presented. I want you to take a listen to another member of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates.
Oh, we have to talk
call it
about
a
the
show
fucking
trial.
Bill Gates thing too. The like, well, he's dead thing. That's wild.
I mean, that's what all these have been up to this point. It's a Soviet show trial. Democracy is not the word I would use, but a theater show of an attempt to steal an election, or at the very least to sow significant doubts in our election system.
And so that's what we're anticipating to hear later today, but it will be that final presentation, the end note of the Arizona audit.
All right, the end of a period of theater there in Arizona. Kyung Law, thank you for that report. We're going to be coming back to you throughout the show. Donald Trump's campaign to destroy confidence in America's elections is also taking hold in Texas. Governor Greg Abbott caving to Trump's demands. The state now auditing 4 counties covering cities like Houston, Dallas,
In Texas?
Fort Worth, and Plano.
They
And
won
Sarah Murray
Texas.
is joining us now to talk about this. Why does Donald Trump want audits in a state that he won?
You know, that's a great question. I mean, obviously, none of these audits are actually going to change the result of the election. But in this case, the former president, is still throwing these temper tantrums. And this is, a pretty quick turnaround from him sending this letter to Texas Governor Greg Abbott to just last night. This press release kind of came out of the blue from the Texas Secretary of State's office, essentially saying,
Oh, yeah, and then this. President Trump, the fake news is lying about the Arizona audit report. The leaked report conclusively shows there were enough fraudulent votes, mystery votes, and fake votes to change the outcome of the election 4 or 5 times over. The number includes 23,000 mail-in votes despite the person no longer living at that address. Phantom voters. The official canvass does not even match who voted, off by 11,000, more than the entire presidential election margin. Voters who voted in multiple counties totaled 10,000, and 2,000 ballots came from people who no longer lived in Maricopa County. There were also 2,000 more duplicate ballots than original ballots. Just those fraudulent ballots alone totaled 50,000, and is fraud many times more than so-called margin of victory, which was only 10,000. In addition, election data appears to have been intentionally deleted. It's interesting. So I guess maybe I would assume that pilled people are going to flip now. And say, actually, no, that it wasn't Antifa. Yeah, because this isn't even what the thing is claiming.
we've already begun. We've already begun audits in 4 counties. Those include Harris County, Dallas County, Tarrant County, and Collin County. 3 of those counties went for Joe Biden.
Let me see. I guess there hasn't... Because, yeah, maybe it's because the first draft admits it. Oh, is there a presentation?
I'll categorize it as a likely blank. Here's an example where you have a signed one, but you have a scribble over here.
Oh, let's go, dude.
And then here we have a scribble, but here you have
oh, this
a
is
blank
like
that
fresh
has been
too.
verified and approved. And we'll talk about this later. We'll come back to this. Here you have one that's a scribble, a little bit, some stuff here, and a likely blank. And the one with the scribble was approved. Here you have 2 scribbles, and one of them was approved, the exact same ones. And here you have one with a blank, and this blank has been approved. And here we have one which is a blank, and a likely blank with a little dot over here has been approved.
See the memo that was leaked to the Trump campaign where they go through and say, all this shit is bullshit? That's incredible. I mean,
All
yeah, of
are
course.
blank. And we'll come back to showing how if they were approved.
They
or not.
know. They understand
And here's
that.
an example of 3 copy scribbles. All right. So that gives you an
Oh,
understanding
let's
of
look
the
at the
flavor
chat.
of these.
Oh, I want to see the chat.
The analysis we had to do
Oh, are they mainly
of
libs?
these 2 copy duplicates. And so on those two copies,
Oh, it's mainly
we
libs,
categorize
okay.
these ones in green as
Loser Trump. I love
signatures,
watching
the
him
ones in red as
lose.
scribbles, and the ones in blank
Look at all them cope.
as black as blank.
All they
Ones in
have
red
is
as
Trump
scribbles.
lost
So
because
again,
Biden
have
is
for two
incompetent.
copies,
I love.
16,934. And
This
these are
is
the
a very
counts on
funny
that. So you have
comment. We can break this down. All those damn liberals have is that Trump lost. Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
duplicates. There were two sets of 3 copy which were blank. Two sets which were
Trump won
scribble,
2020.
5
Trump
which were
lost.
blank.
AOC voted present, not no.
So now
That's
we
a
do the
good
totals
point. I don't know how that relates.
So if you add the
I don't know what the
non-duplicate
fuck was
blanks,
going on with that. I don't think that relates to
2
anything
copy
that
duplicate
was
blanks,
going on
45,
here.
and 3
Random
copy
chatter,
blanks,
but
you get 2, so 1,919. Similar if we do the scribbles, 2420 for
no
the
need to
non-duplicates,
riot. Just stop
155
paying
for the 2 copy,
taxes.
5 for the 3 copy, we get 2,580.
This is a very interesting
Right,
look
now,
into like the politics of average
that
Americans.
we received
Trump only loves
1,929,240,
America. Love America
with
won.
17,322
Biden
were
cheated.
removed.
AOC
We get this many
2022.
unique return envelopes, and then we subtracted
Vanilla
the
Coke.
non-signature
Okay.
and what we call scribbles to come up with a total of 1,907,419. So this is what we would have sent to, in this analysis, it should have gone to signature verification. Now let's do the comparative analysis, which is looking side by side what Echo Mail.
Don't, Matt Dirks, do not tab on the
uncovered from
class.
audit
I'm serious.
and what
That's weird.
Maricopa had. So how many EVB return envelopes were received? Well, in the disk drive that we received, this is a number, but
Let
we
the
don't know. In fact,
ecosystem
it's not
exist.
reported in
It's
the
important to
Maricopa
be able
report
to.
how many
It's important to
actual
have a
return
fan
envelopes they
base and
received.
group of people
The duplicates, we have
that when you look at
17,322,
things, they
which we
don't
subtracted. This is unreported. So when you compare the unique
go alter
EVB
those
return
things.
envelopes, what you find is that Maricopa has 6,545 more than we have in the
Just let it
possession of those
exist.
image files after you remove duplicates. Now we go to the signature presence detection. We discovered one.
Taliban wants
1919,
Biden
no
as
signatures, they
president.
reported
Massive fraud. Welcome to
1455.
CCP.
So in this case, we have 464 more blanks. In the scribbles, they don't have a scribbles category.
It's
but
just
it
so
says that
funny.
If we start thinking
Like
about
they're
these scribbles as
talking about
potential bad
scribbles and
signatures,
ballots,
we'll get
and
some
then
insight.
there's
But at the
just
end
like
of the day, what went to
the
signature
discourse going
verification of
on
Maricopa
in
was
relation to this.
1,970,000,
Where's Hunter?
which is 9,489
It's very relevant.
589 more than we would have sent pursuant to this analysis. They also had bad signatures and late returns that we talked about. Okay. Now, I want to go to the key findings and anomalies. You've seen the process, you've understood the methodology, we've gone through some detail. Let's go to the
Who
highlights
is
here.
this?
So these are the key findings, and I'm going to go through each one of them. One of the key findings is it's
Shiva-
unknown how many
let's see.
EVB return envelopes were
Let's see what's
originally
this guy
received by
up to.
Maricopa. We had 34,488 duplicates from 17,126 unique voters. It's actually duplicate images. Maricopa reported no duplicates in the Canvas report. We have 464 more
Oh,
no
he's the
signatures
COVID
between blanks
disinformation guy now.
than that were identified by us versus Maricopa.
He called
Maricopa
Fauci a deep
has
state actor.
6,545 more unique unique EVB return envelopes. This is what's interesting. If you consider our scribbles, again, a very, very low tolerance in pattern recognition, having done this for over 40 years, you know, we could have used like 36 features. We used one single feature, pixel density. We would love to use more features, but just using that one feature at a very low threshold is key here, we've identified 2,580 scribbles, which would have assumed they're all bad signatures. Maricopa identified
is this the email guy?
0.031%.
Oh, it might
which is what
be.
that 587 represents. This actually represents 4 times that. We'll come back to that. Finally, Maricopa has 9,989 more net
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, this
EVB
guy.
envelopes that
He
was
just
submitted to
pretends he
signature
invented the
verification
email.
versus what we have.
Remarkable.
And what we're also going to see shortly
That's an incredible
is that we're
craft.
going to see that we also saw through further analysis a 25% surge of duplicates in the last 6 days between November 4th to the 9th.
All right,
We
we don't have
also
to
saw
watch
some
this.
very interesting other.
I was only watching this really for the chat. Do I have food on my lip? Oh, thank you. This guy better not be getting paid off to lie. Yeah, because a lot of the cute people now think that they're cucked, right?
behind the
That it was
envelopes. And I'll
actually
show you this. It's
Antifa.
almost as though it was imaged on there, or I don't want to say, Photoshop, but put on there. But it's quite fascinating. I'm sure there's some explanation for this. And then finally, we have cases where we have two different voter IDs having the same address, same phone, same name, with
Fraud,
matching
massive
signatures.
fraud,
So
Biden
let's go look at
won.
some of these
Hail,
anomalies a little more
Adolf Trump
graphically.
lost
Anomaly
again.
one, Maricopa
That's
reported
a
only
very
587
confused
bad
comment.
signatures. To give you some idea,
I guess
that's
the attention is in the right
0.031%.
place.
And for people who didn't really
Don't
like
get
math, I thought I'd
vaxxed,
make it a
your
little
heart
more
will stop.
pictorial.
Just
So
someone
this would be
says
one
spirit
bad signature for
cooking.
every 3,268 early voting ballot envelopes. So if you think about
Jill Biden slept
1,918,463
with
early
Trump.
voting
That's a
ballots,
very
the unique
interesting
ones that
theory.
Maricopa said they got. And for each paper, by the way, the size of the paper is
This is
0.1 millimeter,
also-
and you were to put them
this
up,
is
you
awesome.
get 630 feet.
They're calculating
That's the
how
size, believe it or
long.
not, it's, of the St. Louis Arch.
That's great, dude.
That
This is a
height,
great audit.
when compared to the bad signatures, would be only about 2.31 inches. So just to give you a pictorial understanding, a very, very low percentage was considered that. So again, that would be, to be specific, 0.0306% of all EVV
This
return
is so
envelopes
cool.
were deemed
This
as
is a
bad
real
signatures.
audit.
Okay.
Like they got
In our case,
authorized
the
to
anomalies,
access
we
sensitive
discovered
information.
2,480 bad signatures, scribbles. Again, very low tolerance, which is 0.135%. And to give you an idea, just to state it again, we were commissioned to identify the present blank scribbles and signatures, not to perform signature verification. So if scribbles alone were considered bad signatures, and EchoMail itself identified 335% more bad signatures than Maricopa did from its entire signature verification process. Okay, very important point here.
I can assume that the point of this is that they don't have
State
anything.
of Arizona 2016 general election.
They were doing this for like, how long has this been going on? Like 3 months? No, more than that. It was like February, wasn't it? Like half a year almost. And they were not able to put something together.
Just to restate, the scribbles are a very, very low threshold.
7 months,
We were not
that's
asked to do
incredible.
signature verification. Again, anything between 0.1 to 1% pixel density. The third anomaly is, this is again, focusing on signatures. We did a randomized analysis of just supervised review, which is human review, just randomly looking at signatures, their legibility. Again, this is a wonderful analysis that can be done in handwriting. 4 weeks before the election and 4 days after. We can't share with you this, obviously, but we found out 4 weeks before, 95% were legible signatures and only 5% were illegible. But 4 days after, 5% were legible, 95% were illegible. If I were to
Did
do
they
a heat
reason
map,
they
again, this is a representation.
drug it out so long as
it would
because
look
it's
like
a
this, where the
grift?
red represents illegibility.
Maybe. I think they
and the
just
green
didn't know what they were
represents
doing.
legibility.
Because
It
there
would
was
look like
definitely
this if we
pressure
wanted
on them to
visually
release
do
it
this. If
early.
we had more, if we were commissioned to do this, we could do this. But you can see a marked difference between legibility.
Yeah,
There could
these
again be
Arizona
a
Republicans
explanation
did
for
get
this.
swindled, which is so
Fourth
funny.
anomaly. As the EVBs, which means the electronic voting ballot, I couldn't put the word envelopes, but I think you get the idea, increased by 53% in the general election from 2016 to 2020 in Maricopa, bad signatures decreased. Let me explain what I mean by that. So
What
in
is the conclusion of
2016,
Cyber
which is,
Ninjas?
in the previous
Imprison
election
Trump for
2020,
treason. DOJ needs to charge these
1,257,179
frauditors.
return envelopes were submitted.
Frauditors. That's a good one.
1,456 were considered to have a mismatch with a rejection rate of 0.116. In 2020, we have nearly 52% more.
This guy did
return
not
envelopes,
invent
but the
email.
signature mismatch rate
That's
goes
true.
down by
That's
nearly
correct.
56%. So it's gone down by a significant number here, okay, nearly 4 times.
It's not wrong.
So this went up, the other two came down.
Read 'em and
A
weep.
very interesting inverse relationship.
Is that
which would be,
is
again, one
maggot
of the
supposed
questions
to
we
be
have
like
Maricopa
a
officials.
a
Anomaly
play on
number
this
5 is
the
there's no
Epsilon?
mention of duplicates in Maricopa Canvas report. Again, if you look here, here's a Canvas report. There's no mention of duplicates here.
Yeah, they have nothing. That's the summary of this is they have nothing. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Which is very funny. Let's look at.
Not Gavin Newsom's was great
Is this
in
the
the
Sam
show
Cedar?
Arrested Development.
Who is he in Arrested
didn't see it.
Development?
I didn't see it. I auditioned for it.
You didn't see it?
I mean, I saw a couple of the episodes, but I didn't watch
Your
it.
friend is David Cross.
And I was friends with Will, too. And I auditioned for, and I was friendly with Bateman back in the day.
Yeah. Okay.
I auditioned for the Bateman part. I've told that story.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, my God. I got a good story about that. It's very quick. So the creator of that show, what's that guy's name again?
I don't know.
The creator of Arrested Development. It's a famous guy. Yeah, Mitch Horowitz. So Horowitz wanted Benjamin in a show that he had done like a couple of years before called, I think it was like a Relativity or something like that. And I think he ended up getting this guy, Eric Schmidt, in. I think it is. The name's, or Smith, I can't remember. Benjamin at the time told me about that Horowitz was really bugging Benjamin for this role. And Benjamin, you know, he would do this and I would do stuff sort of like this, but he was worse. Because he couldn't just walk away from it. Hurwitz was calling Benjamin, and Benjamin changed his outgoing message to I don't know, like a pizza place. Like, hey, you called, Pleasant Pizza, leaving them. And he told me that, and then I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, do you have what is your problem?
Steven Crowder.
So a year later goes by, and I
I
go
saw
to
a really
audition
good
for
Sam
Arrested
Cedar
Development
thing.
for the Bateman role. At that time, Bateman and I would go up against each other in roles quite a bit.
We know who came out on top.
Yeah, he did. And so I'm thinking about that as I go, because Hurwitz.
Thank you so much, Justin. This was linked in the chat. Family Guy COVID-19 vaccine awareness not available in Canada. God bless you, Justin Trudeau. God bless you.
Is going to be there. But because I'm that type of person. Like I get, I try and suss everything out in the possible, and a lot of times it's just sort of ridiculous. Think about that. So I come to the door, of the production office. I buzz. It's Mitch Hurwitz. He comes out, which is sort of weird because he's the EP. Usually they'll send.
All right, thank you. So I assumed someone was gonna.
God, I hate getting shots. Why do I gotta get this stupid COVID vaccine anyway?
Peter, it's COVID. You should know how to say it. It's been well over a year.
Yeah, I only ever read it.
So, if it isn't the mommy-to-be. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna be competent today. Now, before I administer the vaccine, do you have any questions?
Yeah, how does your vaccine work?
Well, think of the vaccine as a large ethnic bouncer and COVID as the drunk entitled white kid yelling, "Do you know who my father is?"
God, do I have to do everything? Vaccines have been around for hundreds of years. They helped eliminate smallpox from the face of the earth, and they're well on the way to doing the same with polio. Those were once devastating diseases, you understand, and now, thanks to vaccines, you don't even have to worry about them. What do you say, Brian? Should we show them how it works?
Well,
It's not real. How is this shit sucks, man. The world sucks. This got no, this didn't work. There's no way this got anyone vaccinated. That's more insane than it not working. That's more. No, there's no way that this. Give me evidence. Do you have a source for that claim? I need a source. I love data.
I have a date with that chick that works at the bowling alley. What the hell? Where are we?
We're inside the fat man's body.
Fine, I'll text her. I'll be late. There's no reception.
Oh, yes, there's too much plaque in his arteries. You'll never get a signal. Anyway, vaccines protect us from illnesses by activating our immune response without the danger of actual infection, thereby training the body to fight off the real thing. Some of the COVID vaccines work by exposing your immune system to proteins which resemble the spike protein of the virus but cannot infect you. The vaccine stimulates your immune system to make antibodies against the virus, mimicking what happens when you get COVID, except that you don't get sick with the vaccine. The mRNA vaccines
They can't have actually thought that this was like.
actually use the genetic code of the virus to create a pretend version of the spike protein.
Hi, I look like the virus, but I'm not the virus.
When the real virus tries to attack your body, these pre-made circulating immune proteins are already available, coded to recognize the virus and at the ready to fight back. They essentially find, bind to, and kill the invading virus, drastically reducing the chances that you'll get sick. The vaccine also results in the creation of memory cells that will fight the virus in years to come.
Memory cells, right. I'm glad you said that. I was going to touch on it.
Don't do that. So the more quickly we all get vaccinated, the more quickly we can all get back to doing the things we love safely.
Right, like that chick at the bowling alley.
Yeah, I was thinking of, like, concerts. As of now, billions of COVID vaccines have been administered safely to people around the world. Brian, I think you're stepping on Peter's liver.
Help me.
Oh, God.
Yes, let's just swim over here.
All right, well, what Peter might ask is, what if the vaccine makes him sick?
The common side effects from the COVID vaccines are generally mild and last a few days.
It's literally just a fucking Family Guy PSA. This is literally the best show for. This show is the best show for 1,000 reasons. This being number 2, following this iconic clip of Stewie singing Hamilton.
But do you know what can have serious long-term side effects?
Man.
COVID.
Well, he also says he just figures everyone else is going to get it, so why does he have to?
Well, what he should understand is that getting the shot not only protects him, but also the people around him. But even more importantly, if the virus is allowed to spread through...
All right, I'll fucking play it. I'll play Stewie singing.
Nobody's interested in the things that I'm interested in. They think I'm weird. And I'm so anxious all the time, but I always put on a brave face and try to hide it, and I give myself these excruciating migraines. I actually have way more hair than this, but I pull it out.
What happened to this show? I feel like I watched this show in its earlier seasons and like would go back and it was like there were real jokes.
I'm sorry, now I'm getting all worked up again. I'm worse than Bethany Frankel on her period.
I don't know why I keep bringing her up. I think about her a lot.
Well, what are the things you're interested in, Stewie?
Me? Well, I like to talk about world domination. Some people don't think I talk about it enough anymore, but mind your own beeswax is what I say to them.
No, this is a whole... We're not watching this. I changed my mind. I changed my mind.
I'm the casting director. And we start walking down. He's like, Sam, great to see you. And I'm like, hi, Mitch. Thanks for having me. He's like, hey.
Scam? What? Where's the scam? Where is the scam? No one paid me to do it.
It's walking into
I just said I would do it.
You're friends with John Benjamin, aren't you?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. And he's like, this is really weird, but I want him to be in the show, the last show I did. I'm like, oh, is that right? I didn't know that. No, he goes, yeah. And he goes, and I think that Benjamin changed his outgoing voicemail to pretend that it was a pizza place because he didn't want to talk to me. And I'm like, yeah, really? I mean, he's like, I'm almost convinced of it. And I'm like, it's not something I would have, I'm not sure. And like, he knew that Benjamin and I were close friends. I mean,
yeah.
like, and
All cops are
as
bad
he's like,
cops.
well, I really
Left
think
of
he
comment,
did.
maybe 3 months.
I go
The suggested video doesn't mean I have to watch it. It's a suggestion.
into the room and I sit on the spot and he goes, all right, you ready? And
No, someone has to pay me money. Like 5 gift subs. I'm serious. I do not want to watch that dog shit. Why do you want me to watch? It's terrible. It's not a good show.
the audition was a disaster.
All right.
There we go. So
that's all she wrote. So you know.
Jason Babin, you're welcome.
Right. Exactly.
No, you have to
Folks,
pay
there's
me. You have to pay me. I'm serious. If it's my job, then you have to pay me. Do you agree with this?
For these two as well as Lauren Southern and David Frum. Oh yeah, Lauren Southern's a Canadian. I'm going to ask for a moratorium on all Canadian political
Do not
pundits
come.
until we
Do
can
not come.
figure out what the
I'm
hell
gonna
is
come.
going on.
Fuck you, Duncan. Hold on. All right, I guess I'll watch it. Okay. Thank you for the 5 gift subs.
I'm giving an exception for Keffels and Liv posting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Those are the only exceptions. All other Canadian
I
political
agree.
commentators need to shut
Thank
down
you.
their channels and their Twitter accounts until we can figure out what the fuck's going on.
No, I should be a part of it, honestly. The Canadian content creators who talk about American politics are one of the worst breeds of politics posters online, and I include myself in that very knowledgeably, regardless of the political spectrum. Oh no, this is a different one. That we were watching. I have to watch the Hamilton one because someone gave me $25 to watch it.
Nobody's interested.
All right.
Interested in
Thank
the
you.
things that I'm
Thank you,
interested
Duncan.
in. They think I'm weird. And I'm so anxious all the time, but I always put on a brave face and try to hide it, and I give myself these excruciating migraines. I actually have way more hair than this, but I pull it out. I'm sorry, now I'm getting all worked up again. I'm worse than Bethany Frankel on her period. I don't know why I keep bringing her up. I think about her a lot.
Well, what are the things you're interested in, Stewie?
Me? Well, I like to talk about world domination. Some people don't think I talk about it enough anymore, but mind your own beeswax is what I say to them. I also like to talk about musicals. It's hard to find someone who can converse on one of those topics, let alone both. And I really, really, really want to see Hamilton, but by the time it gets here, I'll be 30. I think I'm still the only one in town who's even heard of it, and it's been out for over 2 years, which just makes me even more depressed. How do you live in a place like that? Quahog. What a pile of garbage. And I've even memorized some of the songs, but I have no one to sing it for, and I'm really good. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, you mean now?
I really need you to hear me sing Hamilton. I'm so good. Why can't I be on Broadway? I want to be on Broadway. I want the world to fall in love with me 8 times a
What
week.
happened to this show, dude?
I'd love to hear you sing.
Okay, now I'm nervous.
No.
If it's not good this time, just remember it was good at home. Don't look at me while I start. It's hard. It's a lot of words very fast. Like Gilbert and Sullivan, but for Hispanics. How does a bastard, orphan, son of a whore and a Scotsman, dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot in the Caribbean by Providence, impoverished in squalor, grow up to be a hero and a scholar? The $10 founding father without a father got a lot farther by working a lot harder, by being a lot smarter, by
This
being
was a
self-starter.
bad call on
By
my
14,
part.
they placed
Sorry,
him in charge
team.
of a trading charter, and every day while slaves were being slaughtered and carted away across the
Yeah.
waves, he
Yeah.
struggled and kept
Yeah,
his
that
guard
was-
up. Inside, he was longing for something to be a part of. The brother was ready to beg, steal, borrow, or barter. Then a hurricane came and devastation reigned. Our man saw his future dripping down the drain, put a pencil to his temple, connected it to his brain, and he wrote his first refrain, a testament to his pain. Well, the word got around, and they said, this kid is insane, man. Took up a collection just to send him to the mainland. Get your education, don't forget from whence you came, and the world's gonna know your name. What's your name, man? Alexander Hamilton. My name is Alexander Hamilton, and there's a million things I haven't done. But just you wait, just you wait. That's all I've learned so far.
Well done. You're a very special little boy.
That's it? Like, there's no... It's just like, isn't it funny that British babies sing Hamilton? That's tough, man. Yeah, that wasn't worth the How much are 5 gift subs? $25? Absolutely not. But thank you. Thank you, Duncan, for subjecting us. I wanted to show this. I watched a bit of this, and I was like, this would make a great thing if I was streaming. I was the one that got scammed. That's true. It is still Subtober, so they're cheaper. Because someone was mentioning that you were all scammed when I decided not to watch it. I think it was the reverse.
I want to give credit.
This is really funny. This whole set of clips.
Credit where credit is due.
With
but I also
Sam
can't help
Harris?
but think that in the course of this, it also illustrates certain points.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. The people who were really scammed is all of you. Because you did not get paid to. I mean, some of you got gift subs, I guess.
And I think that
5 of
maybe
you.
it reveals a certain lack of perspective.
You loved it.
I'm going to try and do these 2 things at once.
It's we.
What's
I'm
that?
joking.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can. I mean, I have a particular bone to pick.
Yes, I understood.
But it is very odd for me to find myself more aligned with Sam Harris's perspective on a item in the news of the day than let's say Glenn Greenwald. And I think that's a fair assessment based upon what Harris says here. Sam Harris was asked a question on one of his Ask Me Anything things, one of his funnel shows. The question was, what's going on with Brett, what is his name? Brett Weinstein? Brett Weinstein and Heather, what's her last name? Hein, who I think are married and have a podcast together. And they have been devoting a significant amount of time to...
Sam Harris is one of the Islamophobe atheist guys.
Vaccine
IDW.
skepticism and ivermectin promotion. Here is part of Sam Harris's response when he gets this question.
He's an epic atheist guy. Yeah.
My name is Corey. I live in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. My question for you is more of a vote than a question. I'd really love to hear you discuss the Eric Topol podcast with Brett Weinstein on a future podcast. I know that you have considered that and kind of ruled it out at this point, but love for you to reconsider. My sense is that there is a lot more common ground to land on than disagreement, and each of you, I think, could actually learn from the other about their own sense of reality surrounding the COVID issues.
Positive.
Just the fact that Sam Harris, through his grift, has to exist beside these obvious vaccine denialists. Which if you asked me whether Sam Harris was a vaccine denialist person, I'd be like, probably. But it's funnier given that he isn't one, because he knows that it's terrible. But he has to sort of skirt around it because that is his lane is literally right beside this.
I also just to cultivate this kind of audience too. Wow.
I know.
Awesome stuff.
I know, right? But
so
it's
funny.
it gives a language to feel thoughtful while having zero substantive thoughts whatsoever. But
you can both learn from each other. One who denies the efficacy of science, and the one who does. I mean, go ahead.
And we would all learn from the two of you learning from each other. Thank you.
Hey, Corey. Thanks for the question. Yeah, this is a hard one for me, actually. I get that it seems crazy not to just flip on the microphone and talk to the guy, or talk to him and Heather, who's also been his partner in crime. It's hard to put this in a way that doesn't sound like a personal attack, but the reason why I don't want to do a podcast with Brett and Heather is the same as why I wouldn't do a podcast with a 9/11 truth conspiracy theorist or Alex Jones or anyone in that world.
Charles Murray.
There's a basic asymmetry which is very hard to overcome. It's so much easier to make a mess than to clean it up. It's so much easier to light several small fires than to put them out. It's like a 10-to-1 advantage. To put it that way, it sounds like my concern is not losing a debate, and that's absolutely not my concern. If you're going to view this as a debate, it's won almost immediately. But I worry about what people take from the encounter, and I just don't want to do additional harm to our public conversation about what is in fact an important public health concern and
worst person you know,
growing political one,
etc.
First, the asymmetry. The reason why there's such an asymmetry here is that it is just impossible to debunk most things in real time. And even if the point being made is in fact spurious, it won't seem spurious to 99% of an audience, right? So the person on the conspiracy theory side of things.
You need to learn how to talk like a normal person. No, this is how experts talk. Experts that know what they're talking about talk like this. Don't you know?
Can say, well, what about the 14?
Oh, this is so funny. Azalea Banks continues to take W's. This is about Grimes and Elon Musk breaking up. Okay, girl, can we finally make those darn songs now that apartheid Clyde is out of the way? There's a non-zero chance that they genuinely make songs, by the way. And I would fucking love that. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. Are you serious?
CDC officials who resigned last week.
No, Azalea Banks is absolutely a problematic fave. She's objectively bad, very, very harmful and bad opinions. But she is very funny.
And wouldn't give reason.
Incredibly problematic. To me, like to trans people as well. So it's like I have a stake in the conversation. I think her music is good. I like her music.
Asked, what do you make of that? Right now,
I
there's probably nothing to be made of that.
I think Azalea Banks is a very talented musician. 212 is a classic who would have had a would have had a really big career. But then she's like, the shit that she says literally stopped her from doing that. I think she literally lost like a record contract where she mentioned she was making like 6 figures off of it because of the shit that she was saying. Oh, we're not talking about Grimes. Grimes is an entirely different thing. Grimes is one of those things where like it's like I could fix her. You know? Like she clearly like could have good and fine opinions if she just grew up and lived around like lefties. But she has the exact opposite. I could fix her.
Right. I didn't even hear about it. And the truth is I just made that up. But when delivered in the context of a, quote, debate about
it's
these
not copium. It's not copium.
things with someone whose whole angle is there's conspiracy everywhere, it can seem like, oh, you didn't know about that. Well, that's clearly a problem. You should look into that. What about the paper that just came out of Micronesia that showed ivermectin was 100% effective? I didn't see that paper out of Micronesia.
I've had yikes banned for so long because if I say something and someone genuinely responds yikes, it gives me psychic fucking damage. That's one of the most terrible things. It's so fucking insufferable. It makes me want to lose my mind. So that happened and then I banned it. And it's been banned for like a year and a half.
Oh, you didn't? Well, okay, you should really do your homework.
Pause it for one
Possible to just...
And now everyone tries to... Wait, how did you say it? Wait. Daniel, what? Thank you, Maya. How did that work?
What I found fascinating about
now everyone tries to... This is... Every time I mention this, it's a classic. I'm not angry about it. I'm laughing, actually. Everyone tries to make a stand-in for yikes.
This is exactly what Amanda Montell was talking about.
But it's not going to work. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to any of your stupid alternatives. none of them compare to yikes.
Yesterday on the program.
How
right?
did this?
Those phrases,
how
you should
did
do
you
your
do this?
research.
Let me
What
bang
do they
this
call
one
like
as
the
well.
conversation ender? Or
Cliched conversation stoppers.
Yeah, something like that. And
How did-
and
wait.
the hallmark.
What's going on here? Twitch, what is your moderation
of these
settings?
conspiracy theorists. I found that very interesting. But continue here, because where he's going here is really fascinating to me. He is, and he goes on, and he.
How does that work?
Says, he says to his credit.
Now I
like,
just want to know.
I'm not even the person to go on that. We bring on an expert who has all of the information at their faculties, at their points. But he goes on to say, and maybe he says it in here, and I don't want to jump that, where he says, like, there's certain things you don't say in public. Is that the part of it? At one point he says, and we'll play some more of this, but at one point he says, it's one thing for you not to get the vaccine.
That's it.
It's a personal choice,
Right.
and it is what it is.
No, keep typing alternatives to yikes. I'll just block them.
But it's another to go out there and ostensibly ruminate about this stuff. There's some things you do not say in public.
As a broadcaster.
As a broadcaster, whatever.
Somebody with influence.
And maybe I'm extrapolating, but you also don't say it in public because of context, right? That public is not just in terms of how many people can hear it. It also is the circumstance of the public at that time. It's one thing to say 10 years from now, ivermectin, we should look into. Or 5 years ago to talk about ivermectin might be something
It's like fucking whack-a-mole, dude. They just keep popping up.
that people, obviously. But when you say it now, and you talk about it in the context of everything that's going on politically.
Now, like post-vaccine,
where ivermectin is not just ivermectin, it is the solution that is used is deployed to convince people that
this is like Orwell. I will make Stalin look like an anarchist. I will make 1984 look like an anarchist commune.
the vaccine is unnecessary. This all is important. Now, so I want you to listen to this last part, and I want you to just keep in mind what I've just said about context, because I am here not only to praise, but all right, so go.
Do you want to go to 1955?
Go to 1955.
No matter how reasonable and attentive to caveats they can seem, and I will grant you they can seem incredibly reasonable, they do not seem like Alex Jones. And this is why what they're doing is so insidious. But the basic message, the basic implication of everything they say, and the apparent reason behind everything they're saying is the belief that these COVID vaccines are dangerous and you should be worried about them. You should be profoundly hesitant to take them. These are not normal vaccines. And in fact, the pushing of these vaccines on the public is colossally unethical. That is what they are messaging, right? They've said as much explicitly on their own podcast. I think Brett called it the greatest crime of the century or something.
That's wild.
Insane. Like
Brett Weinstein called like COVID vaccines the greatest crime of the century. Of the century. Like, and not even thinking about all of the unimaginably large crimes that await us in the future. Just like things that have happened in the century. 9/11, the invasion of the Iraq War. There's Afghanistan war, obviously.
like that. I should get the actual language. All right, hold on. Okay, now I've
Tom
taken a
Brady
few
winning
minutes
all those
and
Super
found the
Bowls.
transcript of
Yeah,
Brett's
Libya.
confabulation on this topic. He's talking about the absolute scandal of the suppression of the life-saving knowledge of ivermectin and the pushing of the vaccines.
It was
On his
specifically
own
about
podcast where he's
ivermectin.
talking to a Dr. Corey. The podcast itself is titled The
Me
Crime
not
of the
having
Century.
a GF. Wow,
And
so
they're going
true.
back and forth about how nefarious the machinations must be to have produced this policy.
I don't even think if it even if it was true, it wouldn't be. The suppression, even if ivermectin did work, the suppression of its knowledge, Liv banning words in the chat, that's true. That wouldn't compare to the Iraq War. In terms of deaths, no way.
Dr. Corey says all the pipeline molecules, the stuff that's coming that they want to bring to market, are also there, right? And then Brett says, which have had a
All
tremendous
cops are
investment
bad
made
cops.
in them.
Crazy gamers.
The thing I think we're almost certain to get wrong
Thank you
is
for the
that
10
as
votes.
outsiders, we have no idea
Add
what these
that to the
conversations
list
sound like on the
of
inside.
banned words.
There's a temptation to imagine that people are somehow sitting around comfortable with the fact that their behavior is going to cause hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of deaths, that it may stick humanity with a relationship with a pathogen
All
that will
cops
not be
are
able to
bad
shake
cops.
because it will prevent us
hey,
from
Jenny
taking the
Driver, thank
appropriate
you for the 5
action until
months.
it's too late. We imagine that people are saying
Hope
these
you've
things
been
out
well as
loud,
well.
when I'm sure that there are some sociopaths in the
chilling.
system
I moved
who are probably capable of having
in
those
school. Good
discussions.
stuff.
But there aren't enough sociopaths to account for this behavior. There is some way that people who are doing a harm.
Also, I just recorded a QAnon Anonymous episode on ancient aliens. So that's fun. That'll come out, I don't know, probably next day. It'll be premium. Alice, thank you for the 100 bits and for yikes but upside down. Wow, I'm so owned. You gave me $1.
Harm great enough. I've called it the crime of the century, and I realize the century is young, but this is going to be hard to top. It's going to be hard to top.
It's going to
There's
be
some way that
hard to
people
top.
who are engaged in something worthy of acclaim like the crime of the century are comfortable with what they're doing, or worse, are convinced it's the right thing, that somehow the greater good is being served. Okay, but here you have it in fairly crystalline form, the conspiratorial thinking, the outrageous claims about death and destruction due
Yes,
to
we
these
watched
vaccines and the
Someone who
suppression
died of COVID, who openly shared Brett Weinstein stuff.
of ivermectin for purely
He defeated Roblox bypass. What is that? Oh, also, just an update. I realized I always forget what things I've talked about. My conception of time passing. I made this TikTok. I mean, I can just play it because it did very well. Women on TikTok are a different fucking breed. This is a very brave post to make. But another problem is that I posted this and now I have to explain to Hassan Piker what the phrase trap juice is. And for that, TikTok, I will never forgive you. The girl who made this saw it and then replied trap juice, best juice, and then followed me back. So we're mutuals on TikTok now. So shout out to Estrogen Kennedy, aka Maddie, for making great posts on TikTok. That's what I wanted to add to this. Where were we? We were over
mercenary reasons.
here. You can follow me on my TikTok if you don't. I'm not going to explain what the phrase trap juice means. I'm not going to do it.
Of course, is that there's no reason to think this is true.
Don't Google
Right,
it.
there is
Actually,
no
I think I don't think it'll actually. That's too obscure a phrase.
reason to think that ivermectin
Yeah, this is. You won't figure it out by
a
Googling
surrogate
it.
for getting vaccinated, and there's no reason to think that people should be terrified of getting these vaccines. And that is
Yeah,
the
it's too
message that Brett is
obscure.
spreading hour by hour by hour. Whereas the truth
DOC9, yes, basically. You got it. I think you got it. Trap is a derogatory term for a trans woman, the implication being that they're trapping men into being gay by looking like women. And it's often, in particular instances, reclaimed by trans women, generally ironically. I guess I explained it. I said I wouldn't, and then I did. So let's continue.
We keep going a little bit. Keep going a little more.
We have a head-to-head
But yeah,
comparison.
cheater poll, yes, you're right.
Between
You got
3
it.
cohorts of people, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, in some cases. Those who have been vaccinated, those who have caught COVID without being vaccinated, those who have caught COVID.
I explained it. Well, the thing there, I replied and explained it to him, so he gets it.
Having been vaccinated.
His son gets it now.
And we know the outcomes. We know them well enough to know that you're far better off being vaccinated.
All cops are bad cops.
Shrimp Fried Dizzy, thank you for the tier 3. For 19 months, Shrimp Fried Dizzy, thank you for the tier 3. For 19 months, Shrimp Fried Dizzy, thank you for the tier 3. First trans woman to eat a burger from McDonald's. I'm so happy for you. All right, scam train time. Where is it? Let's go, dude. If you would like to subscribe, we have lots of emotes. Like the dancing lizard. Glory, thank you for the 100.
Do we like dick?
bits.
Yes.
Zach Glory, thank you for the gift sub. Follow Petit Belly Boo who made this incredible song. He streams on Twitch.
Do not come. Do not come.
Feast for Jesus.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you for 5 subs. Let's go. Thank you. Nerdy, thank you for the gift sub. This is Arcadian. Pager, thank you for the gift sub. And Bobbin for Giblets, thank you for the 5 months.
All cops are bad cops.
Sort of a French English.
Ça fait que prends mon phone pis recolle tous mes freds. Y'a dit que de soir au party jusqu'au lendemain. Puis point à Woody sur les snacks ou la bouse. À cause mes poches sont
Also, I had a presentation this week on G.A. Cohen, which was cool. G.A. Cohen's interesting. I'll do a podcast episode on him, which is good because the time I have for podcasts is lower. My own podcast is lower, so I can just turn. He's an analytic Marxist who stops being a Marxist, basically. He's honestly, he's got some good impressions. Maybe I'll.
All cops are bad cops.
Lydia, thank you for the 3 months. Apparently he was a very funny guy. Control Queen, thank you for the 2 months.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh, the fucking Mario thing. Oh god. It's at 666 views. Wow. All of them are me. Many saying this. people are saying this, folks.
Tonight we gonna watch it burn. Friday now our morning income tax return. Tonight the city never sleeps.
Minute and a half left. Lots of good emotes. I love how the gorilla infrared emote is my third most used. Figured out your TikTok password to follow me, thank you. TikTok is like a... Did it sign get to Billboard #1? It should have. TikTok is a very bizarre website. It's sort of a peek into the future of human socialization. And that future is not particularly bright. There's a...
All cops are bad cops.
Necrotil, thank you for the 2 months. Je vais bleu fliegen. Thank you. We love $3.99. Twitch stuff, because it's cheaper this month, right? You should also subscribe because it's cheaper.
All cops are bad cops.
The KLEP1, thank you for the T1. We love to see it. There it is, folks.
Tonight we gonna watch it burn. Friday now our morning income tax return.
Thank you, everybody. Where were we? Oh yeah, back here.
And eventually catching COVID, as you will, then catching it without having been vaccinated. Catching COVID is not a strategy for becoming immune to COVID. It's just catching COVID, right? And those who survive will have some natural immunity. The jury's no longer out on that score. Now, it may be true that in certain populations, it is rational to worry that the potential side effects of vaccination are greater than the risk of COVID. For instance, I believe there are some data about teenage boys having a higher risk of myocarditis.
Let me just jump in here just with a technical point about this. Myocarditis is not unique to the vaccine at all. It is very relatively common in the context of getting the flu, having any type of virus infection. Just, so people should be aware of that. I was not aware of that. And I was talking to folks who know pediatric doctors, and that this myocarditis is, there's no evidence that there's more prevalence of myocarditis from the vaccine than there are from like the virus. But that's a nitpick point. I think his point remains. It's conceivable there are cohorts of people who, vaccine may bring some other side effects. But again,
a conversation not being suppressed by the man or whoever they are.
But just go on just a little bit more, because this is really fascinating to me. Just continue just for a second.
Teenage girls, certainly. I think it's a tenfold difference. And the risk may be high enough that it is in fact greater than their risk of becoming severely ill with COVID. The data I saw suggested it was kind of a coin toss there, but slightly in favor of not getting vaccinated. If those data hold up, well then yeah, it may be rational to decide that 12-year-old boys...
Slightly embarrassed to admit I have a couple of this guy's books. Yeah, I had the God delusion when I was younger. The way I remember I made a post about that, where I took I put it in the toilet and I took a photo of it. I was like, just took a massive shit. That's how I got rid of that book.
Shouldn't be vaccinated. But the general picture here is fairly well established.
But it's similar.
We know catching COVID is
this
worse
isn't Dawkins. This
in
is Sam
almost
Harris.
every
It's all the same,
case
though.
that has thus far been tried.
That's the same guy,
getting
basically.
vaccinated for COVID. And from what I've seen recently, the data in favor of ivermectin seems increasingly dubious. So parsing all this should be left to the professionals, right? Again, I come back to my basic mystification around what Brett and Heather are doing. Why do this publicly? If you're going to make the personal choice not to get vaccinated based on your scrutiny of the data, great, make that choice. But why spend the better part of a year convincing people that they shouldn't get vaccinated? You can say that's not what you're doing, but that is in fact what you're doing. And that's what seems so irresponsible. The U.S. is now one of the least vaccinated countries in the developed world.
He goes on to say we are one of the least vaccinated countries in the developed world, and how dangerous this is. Now, there's 2 points here that I want to make, and again, credit where credit's due. Someone just IM'd this, and this really is the point I was going to make. My brain hurts going from the last 5 years or so of Sam Harris to a man who all of a sudden understands the implications of his arguments could be negatively appropriated to society at large, or that honest debate can be weaponized by the disingenuous to toxify the discourse. And so this was my argument with Sam, whatever it was, 5 or 6 years ago, when, and he has since written.
So it's Sam is not okay with it when it affects him, and he's able to notice it affects him because it's about COVID.
In 2006, I think it was, he wrote In Defense of Torture. That was the title of the piece that he wrote at Huffington Post, In Defense of Torture. It may have been an appropriation from his book. 2011, he addresses, I should have never written about this in my book. He never really actually talks about the In Defense of Torture at the Huffington Post. But nevertheless, and he says, and he basically says, I shouldn't do it because people misconstrued it, blah, blah, blah. But my point was always this: in the middle of a debate on torture that this country was having at that time, to do this thought experiment, which incidentally, the hypothetical is also a conspiracy in this way. There is never a situation where a president or an FBI person, can know that there's a ticking time bomb. It is simply they make a judgment that it is worth it for me to torture. And he says, I'm not saying it should be legal, but it is ethical. I don't even know what that means, because is it ethical to do an act that's going to have broad...
It's such a funny argument. I'd have to look at it fully. But I'm not saying that it should be legal, but it is ethical.
Broader implications.
That's the hardest position to land on. It's ethical, but it should still be illegal.
Within his hypothetical, FBI tortures a guy, then it basically unleashes the ability of other FBI guys who are convinced that there is another bomb that they're going to torture. You can't just isolate it to that one situation in the real world, even in the hypothetical. But then introducing this question into a broader context in which there is a debate about torture, you are doing something you cannot deny.
Well, he's using the veneer of credibility by being philosophical to basically talk about a 24
It makes me feel it from this very vague description. I'm sure it's also just terrible fucking philosophy. An argument that wouldn't survive a second level undergrad class.
Scenario where there's a bomb ticking and what do you do? I mean, that was the famous debate there, and it's just so divorced from reality, but serves the function that you're exactly saying, to uphold those systems which are inherently immoral and then also racist. Talk about his bigger project, right, which I'm sure you will in a second, but
yeah.
What he did, talking about how Islamic ideology is fundamentally more violent or inherently more violent than other ideologies, he didn't take into the broader context, or he didn't fit his argument into the broader context of what was being done in this country at the time, which was the war on terror was, I don't remember exactly when he had these when he came to the fore, but it was in the heights of the war on terror. So his entire rise to fame, the reason that he has a public platform, was because he provided an acceptable face and an acceptable low NPR-like tone to talk about these very racist policies as if they were acceptable. It wasn't.
It's like he's on NPR. That's how he fucking talks. I was trying to identify that.
Just torture. It was broader broader Islamophobia.
That is true, and I think the problems I have with his positions on Islam are slightly different from this, because I think what he's talking about right here, though, with what Brett Weinstein's doing, by sort of like nibbling around the edges, is what he was doing with torture, and on some level he was doing, I guess, with Islamophobia, in that he's like providing, like, I think you're right.
Well, what he says is like, the problem is with Brett is it's so insidious because he has the aesthetics of reason, and he has all this attention to caveats and stuff like that. But that's the exact same thing, is because the reason of what Brett is saying is the vaccines aren't safe. The reason of what was behind what Sam was saying is Muslims are dangerous.
Yes. I mean, literally, you can see, like, Sam has sections of his blog that were dedicated to the cats, but it is the primary thrust of what you're delivering, the caveats notwithstanding. And then the other thing I should also say is that it is, and I don't want to be petty here, but on one hand, you have a guy, and he's calling these proclamations that Brett and Heather are doing insane, I think he said at one point. Think about what the implications of these are. Has one person died because, I mean, didn't we do a story about like that?
We know of one.
Yeah, at least one.
They didn't get the vaccine. They ended up dying. Is it 5? Is it 10? Is it 100? Is it 1,000? I don't know. Does it need to be more than one? And he's still going to be, and he's not going to do a personal attack. This guy said that I was displaying psychopathic behavior because I was mocking Dave Rubin too much.
Well, who knows how many people that killed?
Exactly.
From laughter.
He didn't.
I mean, honestly, like, I sort of think I deserve an apology, but I'm going to.
But you notice how Harris says sociopath there, right?
Well, no. He was quoting. When he was saying sociopath, he was quoting the transcript from Brett's podcast.
The Crime of the Century.
In the Crime of the Century.
All right, it's just
right. No, it's a little bit hard.
I was listening to a meditation app.
I know there is a little bit of ASMR to the whole thing.
Almost fell asleep.
But the bottom line is, good for Sam Harris. It is. Again, I mean, I think we told you, but you didn't listen. And so there it is. I mean, this is, I hope that lesson, in the event that Sam Harris ever finds himself in that situation again where he wants to start doing hypotheticals about hot button political issues.
What does he do now, though?
I think he's quite successful.
He's a little bit upset about Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal, I think. So he might be a little bit back on the old train.
My point, though, is what does his political commentary now constitute?
I don't know. I think he's just a sort of I don't know.
It's just like a 420.
All right. Oh, something I
cops
realized.
are bad
DJ
cops.
Baby New Year. Thank you for the 13 months. I realized I think I accidentally revived Aristotelian biology in Zoomers. I may have, because I made this post. Which is true. He does think that. That is, and I mean this in the sense of, like, he thinks that women are too cold to make sperm, and that's a product of them being not as good. It's a weird pattern you see in a lot of ancient Greek biology. The notion that people who are more healthy, let's say, are warmer. Those who are less healthy are colder. Younger are warmer. Older are colder. But I posted this. It got like 10,000 likes. But I posted it as a meme, and people are like, "Why are y'all mad? It's true." Based in red-pilled Aristotle. Aristotle based. He was spitting. He was so right. Makes sense. Based. I agree. Where's the lie? My respect for Aristotle. Based-totle. Holy based. He was. I think I might have accidentally revived Aristotelian biology. So that's my bad. Oops. I created a monster. What else do we have? Oh, we gotta watch. Actually, this is a good one. I've been told this is good. I am a Squad W streamer now.
Bitch. White chalk, car tape, toe tags, and body bags. All we did was come up. Tell me why they fucking mad. Creeping through your back door. Probably while you sleeping. Know what it is, bitch. It's Jack boy season. 1, 2, 3, no I,
where's the merch? Is it just this?
Got choppers and sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All my with it, they got them choppers and sticks. 10.
The Clintons had not assassinated Kobe Bryant. He would be here. He would be supporting Channel 5, and we'd be talking to him live right now.
It's the guy.
In a party.
Wait, is it that dude? The one who thought that the deep state killed Kobe Bryant?
5, and we'd be talking to him live right now.
In a party.
The Channel 5 hat is the ultimate pussy magnet.
Boom! 5, 5, 6 shells.
All right, everybody, just want to make sure, stay in school.
Channel 5.
Shit happens. Shit gets crazy. We in a pandemic. Niggas is losing their lives for real. Kelly knows what's up. He R. Kelly cousin.
Man, they don't talk about what's going on in Chicago.
They don't talk about what's going on.
Babies, Planned Parenthood was formed to kill black babies. They're trying to take people out. They're trying to depopulate.
Yeah.
They've been child trafficking, the black kids, the white kids.
He's not lying. They're
the
trying to
kids.
kill us.
Man, they're trying to knock us out every step of the way. That's why you got to kind of defend yourself and stand up.
This is my day one, Kelly.
Hey, SoCal Kelly here in LA, and it's good to be here with Channel 5, Andrew and the gang. And we've kind of taken over this corner. We're basically exercising our rights to peacefully assemble. We aren't necessarily taking it over by eminent domain.
We're taking it over. We're taking it over.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't put stakes in the corners. And
No.
this is Channel 5 land.
No, not unless it's steak spelled S-T-E-A-K and you can cook it and eat it. That's different.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking steaks where they're like cordoning it off and saying people stay out and don't use the property. But we're using the property.
We're using it. This is our turf. You heard it? Channel 5 gang.
Well, that was cool. Yeah, go buy their merch or whatever. That was the most entertaining. That was the most entertaining merch drop plug. The Channel 5 cinematic universe. Yeah, that's incredible. Okay. Let's go. I haven't watched this yet. I've only seen the headlines about it.
Reported at that time that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you've said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
You know, I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, you know, would give to global health, which is a interest I have. You know, not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. You know, those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. You know, that.
What's up? Shouldn't he have like guys he gives money to like prepare him for this question? Like, shouldn't he have a prepared answer for that? What? So there's so much going on here.
Relationships with people he said, you know, would give to.
So he knew a lot of people in the philanthropy industry. Jeffrey Epstein. That's the thing he's admitting.
Global health, which is a interest I have. You know, not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. You know, those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I.
But, you know, if notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein had given him philanthropy money, then maybe it would have been worth it, is I guess the implication of this. But that's so you had meetings with the billionaire pedophile and you didn't even get philanthropy out of him?
I cut them off. That goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
It was.
He's one of the top donors to PBS, so he's surprised. Oh, that's funny. That's hilarious.
Reported that you continue to meet with him over several years, and that, in other words, a number of meetings.
You fucking. That's the one part of QAnon where I'm like, yeah, I get it. Just like seeing him squirm, because he is this like, there's something so wrong with billionaires, as just at a moral level. I know that the sort of structural critique doesn't apply, and then moralizing about it doesn't work or whatever. But like,
and that
there's something so great about this.
In other words, a number of meetings.
The fact that he had to.
What did you do when you found out about his background?
Because there's his ex-wife or whatever was like, one of the reasons she left is because she was confronting him about the fact that he was hanging out with pedophiles, and he's like, I don't care. I will continue to hang out with the pedophile.
Well, and I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful.
What?
And
No way, dude. All right, they did. You know what? Yeah, they killed him. I'm sorry. They fucking killed him, dude. Come on. They killed him. I mean, seriously?
Lesson for you, for anyone else?
They totally fucking killed him.
Looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful.
He's dead, so you gotta watch out. Bill's got shooters out there,
and I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of the work of the foundation.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. That's it. Like, with the smile as well. That is fucking crazy. That is way worse than I expected it to be. That's wild. That's.
And I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful.
Here's the thing, where I think about a lot of like, what we use the phrase normie, like normal people's politics, and how a lot of people have like sort of incoherent like the most accessible way of making sense of this for I feel like a solid portion of like the American population is just fucking QAnon. I understand how this would pill so many people. I mean, that's crazy.
And I'm
that's remarkable.
Very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of
yes,
the work.
It's like the Kevin Spacey stuff. Yeah, the comments are turned off. I want to see. Let's see what BitChute has to say. If I search Bill Gates and go by recents. BitChute is like the... Yeah, I guess that's just... We don't have to watch it. Did Bill Gates low-key admit Epstein didn't kill himself? Is it probably the... BitChute is like a YouTube for people who are banned from YouTube. So there's like a shit ton of like QAnon people. Let's watch some. Maybe we could watch a couple Jerry Cohen videos because he did have like. Cohen is a very interesting figure. He grew up in like a working class Jewish neighborhood in Montreal, and then he became like an analytic philosopher at like Harvard, I think, Oxford, not Harvard. And he's like he was a Marxist. Although he sort of stops being a Marxist at the end of his life. Well, because he's French, but he's also like an Anglo-English philosopher. And he hates the French philosophers. I was told there was like impressions. Oh, Pill.net is a good one, yeah. I'll just click on. He's just riffing.
We are on. Professor Cohen, give us the German idea.
And now, Professor Wolfgang Schutzblatt will expound in brief compass what he refers to as the German idea of freedom.
No greater freedom can be imagined for a man than absolute blind submission to an unjust law. The ability to pick and choose in an arbitrary way among possibilities which present themselves in indecent array is the merest caprice. And blind submission to a just law smacks too much of rational selection to be sufficiently removed from such caprice to qualify as freedom. Unwilling obedience to a cruel tyrant is the safest form of liberty. Nothing shows more clearly the contemptible superficiality of the English mind than its attachment to a notion of freedom connected with the vertiginous regressivity of choice. For what is choice if one...
He's doing an impression of He's doing an impression of a philosopher.
cannot choose the conditions of one's choice. And what is it to choose the conditions of one's choice if one cannot choose the conditions in which those conditions are in turn chosen? Better far to abandon this slippery terrain of choices among alternatives and options, this fickle seduction.
Okay, let's...
Well, we met earlier on this tape Jack Clayton, the American philosopher, and Neville Twiddleton, his British counterpart. But this time, what we've got is Jack visiting Britain, and he's there with his wife at a meeting of the Aristotelian Society, and he sees at a cocktail party about 60 philosophers away Neville. And so he says to his wife,
Say, Millie, isn't that Neville Twiddleton over there?
Yes, it is, Jack.
Well, why don't we go over and say hello? Hi, Neville, how are you doing? Great to see you.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I'm subjecting you all to.
Hello, Jack. Millie, I didn't know you were in the country.
Yes, we arrived on Saturday.
By the way, this is what constitutes funny for philosophers, just isn't it?
We're having a whale of a time. We went up to Cambridge and we went to Bath, and now we're here at the conference. It's really great to see you, Neville. I mean, it's been what,
It is
5
funny.
years?
It's good. No, he's. This is me in 40 years, actually. Yeah, it's true.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Sandra and I were near Amherst. We drove quite nearby.
No, absolutely.
As a matter of fact, we thought of dropping in.
Well, why didn't you get in touch? You should have come and said hello.
Well, it was a bit off the roof. In any case,
How long are you staying? We'll be staying now 3 weeks. Oh, what a pity. Sandra would have loved to see you, but it's a bit difficult at the moment. Still, I'll tell Sandra that you were here. She'll be very glad to know that you passed through. Well, I say we're going away for 3 weeks because we're going to the continent, and then we'll be back. When will you be coming back? Well, we'll be here for October and November. Oh, what a pity. It's rather bad time for us. Johnny's got his O-levels, and we have to see to the roof. But still, it's really good to see you.
And so over the years, Jack visits Britain now and then, and Neville is similarly resistant to full social engagement. And of course, eventually Jack twigs. That's to say, he understands that this is what's happening. And he gets quite angry sometimes. So that as the years roll by, the interchanges on these kind of academic occasions turn out to be more and more.
All cops are
like
bad cops.
Ansif, thank you for the 2
Hi,
months.
Neville, how
Or
are
tier 2 for the
you?
2 months.
Oh,
Ansif, thank you for the tier
hello,
2.
Jack. Billy, I didn't know I was in the country. No, I'm in the country, Neville. I'm right here in front of you. Yes, well, I don't think Sandra knew you were in the country either. You must come round, Jack. You must really.
Oh yeah, he's also Canadian. I mentioned that before. He's French. This guy is French
Come
Canadian.
round this time. How long? I must come round. Well, I've got my diary here, Neville. Would you like to tell me when you'd like me to come round? Would you like to actually say what time? Well, it's a bit difficult at the moment because we have Sandra's mother staying with us, and I've got to prepare for the competition. Still.
All cops are
and so
bad
it goes,
cops.
you see.
The
And
Canadian
then
van
eventually,
one. That's so, there needs to be a great firewall, but just for Canada. Very polite vampire. Thank you for 6 months. Could you imagine? I can't imagine how awful Canadian culture would be if Canadians didn't have access to American culture. Jesus Christ! It's like the only show is Corner Gas.
we get some years later. By now, Jack is quite a famous philosopher. Indeed, he's not only well known in academic circles, but he's known to the general public, so much so that on this particular occasion.
No, I don't know what's happening either. I don't know. Oh, this is Reamer vs. Habermas. This is
Good
great.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is
This is
Win
gonna be
Elliott from
fire.
ringside at Madison
This is
Square
gonna be
Garden, where
fire.
we're going to be having the Marxist Championship of the World, where the challenger, John the Kid Romer from Davis, California, will be taking on the champion, Jürgen Bergen Habermas. Yes, old Jürgi Bergi, he's up there, and we can see him in the ring. He's talking to Walt Benjamin, who's his trainer, and he's had a few words with Ted Adorno, his manager, on how he's going to handle the economics kid from Davis. And there he is in his corner with Paul Sweezy giving him some last tips on how he's going to be able to take him over. And now we go up into the ring, and Johnny Addy, who's going to introduce the contenders.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the main event of the evening here at Madison Square Garden, we have the good fortune to have in our audience tonight for tonight's match some of the great contenders and champions of the past. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Karl the Killer Liebknecht. Liebknecht. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in our audience tonight, the female wrestling champion of 1923, Madame Caves Kalante. Madame Kalante. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. 15 rounds, no contest to follow for the championship of world Marxism. In this corner, wearing the lederhosen and the ill-fitting shirt with the smack on his
Cohen is dead, sadly. I think he died in like 2009.
face, with 400 books and 718 articles in 46 UN-recognized languges, Jürgen the Breeze Habermas.
This is
Habermas.
so good. Yeah, he's from an old like Jewish Marxist community or communist community.
His opponent from Davis, California.
So he grew up
wearing
in
the
like the
Brooks Brothers
massive
suit,
sort
the
of
impeccably
reaction
combed hair, the
to organized
expensive
labor and
brogue shoes,
with a small pair of swimming trunks in his bag for after, in case there's a jacuzzi in the region of the Madison Square Gardens. John the Kid Romer. The main event, 15 rounds, no contest to follow. The referee, Leo Trotsky. Counting for the knockdowns at the bell, Tony Gramsci. The judges, Big Rose Luxembourg and Georgy Porgy Plekhanov.
Well, Johnny Addy's introduced the contenders, and now we'll go up into the ring and hear what referee Leon Trotsky has to say to the contenders.
I want this should be a completely fair encounter, never mind using any such bourgeois data or forms of inference characteristic of dialectical logic. Everything must be done in proper Marxist fashion. If you cite from the Gesamtausgabe, make sure you say whether it was the original Berlin edition or the later Moscow edition, and no snide remarks, please, about the killing by Stalin of David Ryazanov. It got us into too much debate. So make it a fair fight. Any hitting below the belt has to be for the sake of the cause, and come out fighting when you hear the bell.
So, the contenders have been introduced. Bzz, there's the buzzer, dong, the bell, and Don Dunphy.
Thank you, Winelli, and good evening, everyone. Well, they're coming out fainting. A few feints by Habermas asking Romer if he's read the latest book by Adorno. Romer says no, of course he hasn't read any Adorno, and the judges take note. He has not read any Adorno. Romer asks Habermas if he can recite without fault the argument for the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Habermas starts, he asserts labor theory of value. He confuses labor embodied with counterfactual labor. Yes, it's a point, and there's the end of the round. Dong. Well,
this is so good. Oh, fuck.
Well, when that was quite around, yes, it was quite around, Don. It was marvelous the way Habermas came right in there. He got to his soft spot. He knew Romer couldn't have read anything by Adorno.
Fuck.
Romer doesn't read anything in English, a fortiori. He doesn't read anything in German, a fortiori, not in English translated from the... No, that's right. But it was marvelous the way Romer answered with a demand for a proof of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. And we thought that Habermas might get some way into it before he faltered, but he faltered right at the beginning, confusing labor embodied with counterfactual labor. He couldn't even get the fundamentals of the labor theory of bzz, there's the buzzer, and we'll be going to the next round in a moment. He couldn't even get the fundamentals of dong, and it's in round two. Habermas comes Habermas is doing a dialectical turn. Yes, he's starting the round in a dramatic fashion with a dialectical turn. He is arguing, he's arguing that the more rich the working class gets, the more they get sucked into the system, therefore the worse the system is, therefore the likely they are to rebel against it. He says that on dialectical grounds, the less miserable the working class is, the more they're likely to overthrow the system, and not to speak of the power that they get, and they'll be able to... Yes, he's even claiming that he's so dialectical today that they will join with the bourgeoisie to overthrow the system, and yes, Romer takes a whistle out of he takes his analytical Marxist whistle out. It's the first time he's using it in this contest. He's taken out his analytical Marxist whistle. He's blown it against the dialectic. He says the dialectic is finished, washed out, a has-been, a patsy, a fall guy. Habermas is crying, he's crying, and yes, and Trotsky is offering him a handkerchief. He's offering him...
This is great, because Cohen is an analytic Marxist. He sort of is a part of the July group that starts it.
A handkerchief, and Romer is relentless. He's got him on the ropes now. He says not only is the dialectic gone, the labor theory of value is gone, even the working class is gone. Habermas can't believe it. He's tearing his hip dong at the bell. Well, that was really quite an exciting thing. I mean, Habermas starting with that dialectical turn, getting the reasoning so tight, twisting around itself, spiraling in a marvelous Foucault-Derrida way. It was creative, it was postmodern, it subverted all our knowledges and our contacts and our feelings, and yet Romer was able to blow the whistle on that one. I mean, he's only allowed 3 whistle blows on the analytical Marxist whistle in a contest, but he used that one, and it seemed like a very good time. Yes, it was marvelous. It was absolutely terrific, wasn't it? Bzz, there's the buzzer, of course, dong, the bell. And now, it's Romer. Romer's coming out on the attack now. Romer's coming out on the attack. He challenges Habermas what precisely is wrong with Arrow-Debreu general equilibrium theory. What does the labor theory of value do that Arrow-Debreu general equilibrium theory cannot do?
Habermas says he's heard of Arrow but not of De Bruyne. He's heard of Arrow but not of De Bruyne. He questions whether De Bruyne contributed. He's not as famous as Arrow. How come Romer mentions him in the same breath? The matter goes to Trotsky. Trotsky rules in favor of the question sustained by Trotsky. Habermas says he's getting more and more alienated by the questions that Romer's asking. He's getting too alienated. He can't go on. In fact, yes, he's claiming total alienation, fans. He's claiming total alienation, and yes, Trotsky rules in his favor. So it's a technical knockout in the third round. Total alienation and victory for the champion. Romer goes swimming defeated.
Amazing. That was so good, dude. That was hilarious. That was awesome. And you have to understand how low the bar is in terms of like philosophers being funny. Why did he stop being a Marxist? He had a particular articulation of historical materialism, in this sort of very technical and analytic, and the failure of the left and of organized labor following the sort of neoliberal turn in the 70s sort of suggested to him that this notion of like inevitable proletarian revolution wouldn't work, that it didn't make sense. So later in his life, he becomes more pessimistic about that. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Yeah. There's a good he has a good thing he writes about after the Soviet Union falls, how like Western leftists, he compares Western leftists to like a kid, beating on the chest of their abusive father. Where the Soviet Union is the father and the Western leftist is the kid, and like. There's this, you're critiquing them, saying how terrible they are. But like when that father dies, the kid is still incredibly sad that they do not have the person there to like sort of resist. Like that still is a tragic event for them. And I thought that was a very interesting articulation of that.
I was so distressed by the brittleness, by the catechistic dogmatism of the way Stalin presented the doctrine, that I decided that I would go back to an earlier adherent, or indeed founder of it, Karl Marx himself. And as it happened, he had recently been resurrected, so it was possible to interview him. I came to his hotel. Mr. Marx?
Yes, sit down. It's very good of you to want to talk to me. What can I do for you?
Mr. Marx, I'm terribly puzzled. You're talking in a Russian accent. I thought you were German.
Well, in a way, you're right. You've got a point. I was preparing to open my show in Germany. We had everything ready. Big stage, lots of proletarians, high level of class consciousness, factories, very bad capitalist class, sympathetic middle class, good ideas, newspapers, but it didn't work out. So we had to move the whole show to Russia, and there we had terrible problems. Because in Russia it was mostly peasants. Everywhere I went I said, where can I find some factories, some workers, some exploiters, some capitalists with big cigars? It was just peasants, landowners, feudal lords. So we had to do it there, and it wasn't very good. It wasn't the scenario we originally intended. It didn't work out.
So it was a big disappointment for you?
Very disappointment. Very, very disappointment. Look who they got to lead the country there. Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin. Trotsky at least was Jewish. Stalin wasn't even Jewish. What kind of a thing is it to have Stalin, a man like that? If at least he'd been a nice Jewish boy, he would never have run the country in such a stupid way. What did he get from killing so many people? He was an undertaker or something? It was ridiculous.
Mr. Marx, so many things have happened since you died. There must be so many surprises, being resurrected like this. When you found out, what's happening. What was the biggest surprise?
Very difficult to say. So many surprises. So many inventions. Radio, television, helicopter, automobile, jukebox, many, many surprises.
But what was the biggest surprise, Mr. Marx?
Of all the surprises, and there were very many, the one thing I would never really imagine, that David O. Selznick would cast Clark Gable in the role of Red Butler in Gone with the Wind.
Mr. Marx, I'm surprised you take such a
strong interest in the movies. Of course I take an interest. What's so surprising? How could I not be interested in all those beautiful people? Gary Cooper, Rita Hayworth, Carol Lombard, Lassie, Judy Garland, Rin Tin Tin. But how could you take such an interest in all that? Aren't you more concerned about revolutions which are changing our whole society? This shows you have no sense of proportion. You talk about revolutions. What about Technicolor? What about stereophonic sound? What about the time Jimmy Stewart, who was always a dramatic actor, had a singing role in Born to Dance? Mr. Marx, what is your message for the world today? More big budget films, more cameo appearances by old stars. No, but what is your political and moral message? What message should I bring back with me to America? To America? To America say if they want a nice revolution, they should make more peasants. They don't have enough peasants in America. Close down the factories, disperse people from the city, make peasants, and you'll have a nice revolution. Excuse me, I've got to go. I've got to leave you because I've got to go audition for a walk-on part. Goodbye.
Yeah, he was a poster.
The circumstances under which Karl Marx penned his famous preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy of 1859. He was just about to sit down at his desk and write when,
Carl, this is Jenny calling. I'm ready. I'm waiting. It's your wife. I'll be there in a few minutes. In the social production of their life. Man, where's my man? I want you, Carl. I'm waiting. I'll be there soon, Jenny. Men enter into. Carl, I want you. I'm ready. You said you'd have relations with. Yes, relations. Men enter into relations that are. Carl, you need it. You know you can't do without. Yes. That are indispensable. And Carl, it's not a matter of choice for you. One look at me, and you'll fall into my arms, and independent of their will. Carl, hurry.
This is so good,
Jenny,
dude.
I'll be with you in a moment. I'm inspired. I've got it on the tip of my, how to say you know what. The sum total of these relations forms the economic structure of society. The real, Carl, the mattress is terrific today. It's really strong. The real foundation upon which, Carl, are you getting bigger? Are you getting bigger for me, Carl? Upon which rises, yes, Carl, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. It's not against the law. You should come now. Upon which rises, it's not against the law, Carl. A legal and political, upon which rises a legal.
Yes, this is absolutely the real text he's using. He's quoting.
Carl, will you bring your superstructure up to me right now, please? I'm dying for it. A superstructure, and to which correspond. Carl, I can't help it anymore. I'm full of these fantasies in my brain. There's so much I can't stop thinking about. Please, Carl, these ideas, they're wonderful. Definite forms of social consciousness. Carl, I'm coming.
is that all right?
Oh shit, okay. Yeah, he's so cool. That was very good. Yeah, he was before his time. He would have loved Twitter, dude. He would have loved Twitter. That was top tier. Let's look at an actual
Jerry Cohen
interview.
is titularly Professor of Social and Political Theory and Fellow of All Souls, Oxford. In tonight's opinions, he argues that capitalism deprives people of their rightful share in the world's resources, and that it frustrates the satisfaction of fundamental...
Oh yeah, he was a very prestigious philosopher from Oxford.
...human needs.
I'm going to start with a story which was told by the American cartoonist Al Capp. The story is about a creature called the shmoo. The shmoo was 10 inches high, something like a pear in shape, and a beautiful creamy white in color. It had no arms, tiny feet, and big whiskers under its nose. The shmoo had only one desire, to serve the needs of human beings, and it was well equipped to do so. Its skin could be made into any kind of fabric. Its flesh was edible. Its dead body could go brick hard and be used for building. And its whiskers, well, its whiskers had more uses than you can imagine. If you looked at a shmoo with real hunger in your eye, it dropped dead in rapture because you wanted it, after first cooking itself into your favorite flavor. Well, since they multiplied rapidly, there were plenty of shmoos for everybody, and they even looked good in the environment. Almost everyone approved of the shmoos. But some people weren't keen on them. The rich capitalists hated the shmoos. Since shmoos provided everything people needed, nobody had to work for capitalists anymore, because nobody had to make the wages to buy the things capitalists sold. And so, as the shmoos spread across the face of America, the capitalists began to lose their position and their power, and this made them take drastic action. They got the government to tell the people that the shmoo was un-American. The shmoo was causing chaos, undermining the social order. People weren't turning up for work, and they weren't going to the department stores to buy anything. Well, the government propaganda convinced the people, and the president ordered the FBI to gather the shmoos and gun them down. Then things went back to normal. But a country lad called Little Abner managed to save one female and one male shmoo. He carried them off to a distant valley where he hoped they'd be safe. Folks ain't yet ready for the shmoo, Little Abner sighed. But Little Abner was wrong. Folks were ready for the shmoo. It was only the capitalists that weren't. The capitalists didn't like the shmoo because it gave people independence. And when people don't depend on them for work and for goods, capitalists lose their privileged place. People haven't always depended on capitalists. They never, of course, had shmoos, but they did have land, and the things they get from shmoos in Al Capp's story, they got by working the land in pre-capitalist history. It's true that they didn't keep everything they produced on the land. Monarchs and their hangers-on and various lords and ladies were usually able to take quite a bit of their product. But the people didn't depend for their survival on any superiors until, after a long history of forced expropriation and plain and crooked dealing, they found themselves without any resources for producing things, except their own labor. And in order to survive, they had to hire themselves out to capitalists, who now had all the other resources. So we got a new setup, and in this new setup, workers sold their labor and capitalists bought it, and the buyers treated the sellers as nothing but sources of profit. So when the buyers didn't need all the labor that was offered, some workers were denied employment. And since they had no land or shmoos to live off, they became beggars and vagabonds and inmates of workhouses, or they simply wasted away. Well, of course, things aren't quite that bad now. Capitalism isn't as pure and ruthless as it used to be. The dispossessed workers defended themselves by uniting in trade unions, and the coming of the welfare state, with its public provision of necessities, means that workers...
vaguely Irish? No. He grew up in Quebec. He's a French Jewish person, and then he did philosophy at Oxford. So it's a weird Quebecois, and then maybe a bit of Canadian English, and then British English.
Workers don't depend for everything they need on finding someone.
This is something I noticed. There are a lot of French people who speak English in a British accent because they learn English in Britain, which I don't know why that's jarring to me.
Wants to buy their labor. The trade unions and the welfare state were savagely resisted by the capitalists, but they've come to stay.
He had been a professor. Yes, he was a very high, professor of very high esteem. He held some really important chair at Oxford in political philosophy.
Now, advocates of pure capitalism describe it as a system in which people freely exchange their own private property. Socialists deny the freedom.
My thoughts on Zionism? I think the more broadly the notion of like, well, I guess that depends on what we mean by Zionism, but the notion of a nation state to protect as like the solution to protect marginalized people doesn't seem to work as a way of ending systems of domination.
Freedom and fairness.
Did the university know he made these? Oh yeah, totally. Well, this is like on TV.
Of that exchange.
He was openly like a Marxist. Cohen is a very prolific author. Let me find his fucking Wikipedia page. Canadian political philosopher, Cohen professor of jurisprudence, Schickel professor of social political philosophy. What academic chair? Alma mater at McGill. I guess this doesn't answer your question.
They complain that some are able to bring vast assets to market, while most people have nothing to sell except their own capacity to work. That's the socialist complaint. But against that socialist complaint, lots of capitalists will say, hang on a minute, wait a second. It's true that I have vast assets now, but I started with practically nothing except my own talent and courage, and it was by using...
Apparently Cohen was like a very like prolific party guest. Like he would bust those impressions out. He was like known for them.
That I made my pile. You can't talk about lack of fairness. I had no unfair advantage in the race for wealth. Well, the socialist might reply that it's pretty rare these days for a capitalist to begin with brains and grit alone, but I want to focus here on just such self-made capitalists, since their wealth does look pretty legitimate. Well, if you think about that wealth, what's it made of? In its immediate form, it's just bits of paper, records and ledgers, share certificates, and so on. But the reason why those things are valuable is that they entitle their possessor to material resources, to raw and transformed parts of nature, to iron ore that's been turned into steel, to factories and energy and power lines and tracts of land and minerals under the sea. The capitalist is happy to tell us how he got all that stuff. He says, look, I got it through my own hard work and enterprise. I didn't get it from my parents. I didn't get it by stealing or cheating. But we...
Oh, that's so funny. Bitter for CVS, where Jeb Bush locked his keys in his van and is using the store phone to call.
We can ask a deeper question. A question which is much more difficult for him to answer. A question which is prompted by the realization...
May, congratulations on being a proud owner of estrogen. We love to see it, folks. Congrats.
That everything he owns, everything, either is or was made of something which once was nobody's private property. The deep question is, how did it come to be anybody's private property in the first place? You see, the capitalist says that he got his wealth through free market exchange. And that means that he's defending his title to it by invoking the title of those who transferred it to him. But I'm asking, what was the source of their right to it? The fact that they got it from still earlier owners? Well, that kind of justification can't go on forever. Eventually, we're going to be pushed back to the very first private owners of land and the raw materials of nature. And they didn't get them from earlier legitimate owners. They simply took nature's resources. And I'm asking, what gave them the right Not merely to use the world, because that's okay, but to establish permanent, bequeathable private property in it, so that others could no longer use it freely. What gave him that right? The self-made capitalist explains how, through honest industry and straight dealing, he accumulated an enormous amount of private property. But why was there that private property to accumulate in the first place? No story about the exchange and accumulation of private property can justify the transformation of things into private property in the first place. The fact that the world's resources were once privately owned by nobody and then grabbed supports the socialist idea that they should be restored to the people as a whole. But now I want to look at a different line of defense of capitalism, which says, come on, forget about past history.
Trucker, and you've seen 2 billboards in the road in New York, an anti-tax freedom, my body, my choice. In Illinois, a Trump, where we go and we go all. Yeah, QAnon billboard is crazy. That is wild. I know there was a billboard in Alberta by a vaguely Q person that was calling Trudeau a pedophile, which is out of nowhere. Like, there's no Bill Clinton equivalent. Like, there's no actual any sort of, you know, with Hillary Clinton, for instance, it's like, well, obviously her husband's association with Epstein. With Biden, I guess, you know, the weird sniffing videos. With Trudeau, there isn't anything. But because Canadians cannot help but make their politics about America, you just, call Trudeau a pedophile.
Let bygones be bygones.
It's getting worse. I mean, the People's Party of Canada, which is the far-right party, got way more young voters proportionally than the other parties. A lot more of their voters are young. So the People's Party, the far-right party, is a young party. The old conservatives vote conservative.
Bygones, don't be obsessed.
Oh, you're the manliest streamer on this platform? Congratulations. We love to see it.
With the misty origins of capitalism, it doesn't matter how capitalist property came into being. Whatever the origin of capitalism was, it's an excellent system. Since even the poorest people do better under capitalism than they would in any other form of economy. Well, the argument for the idea that capitalism promotes human benefit is pretty familiar. It goes something like this. Capitalist firms survive only if they make money. And they make money only if they prevail in competition against other capitalist firms. Since that competition is severe, the firm to survive has to be efficient. If firms produce incompetently, they go under. So they have to seize every opportunity to improve their productive facilities and techniques so that they can produce cheaply enough to make enough money to go on. It's admitted in this justification of capitalism that the capitalist firm doesn't aim to satisfy people, but the firms can't get what they are aiming at, which is money, unless they do satisfy people and satisfy them better than rival firms do. Well, I agree with part of this argument. Capitalist competition, it has to be acknowledged, has induced a remarkable growth in our power to produce things.
Directive forces, baby. Let's get them up. Let's get them rising.
That capitalism satisfies people. And I'm going to claim that the way the system uses technical progress generates widespread frustration, not satisfaction. My anti-capitalist argument starts with the very same proposition with which the argument praising capitalism begins. Namely, this proposition: the aim of the capitalist firm is to make as much money as it can. It isn't basically interested in serving anybody's needs. It measures its performance by how much profit it makes. Now, that doesn't prove straight off that it isn't good at serving needs. In fact, the case for capitalism that I expressed a moment ago might be put as follows. Competing firms trying not to satisfy needs, but to make money, will in fact serve our needs extremely well, since they can't make money unless they do so. Okay, that's the argument. But I'm now going to show that the fact that capitalist firms aren't interested in serving human needs does have harmful...
Cohen is he's an analytic, so you can see there are these sort of very deliberate, rational argumentation that it's like relatively thorough. A lot of analytic philosophy takes a long time to prove like a very short set of ideas. You could call analytic philosophy a collection of Reddit-ass arguments.
Consequences. Recall that improvement in productivity...
But I think a lot of people just like naturally are more fond of this sort of way of arguments than like a lot of continental stuff, which is much more technical.
Is required if the firm's going to survive
and confusing. I mean, really. From the Cohen that I've read, it is like he's a very good writer, and he's very deliberate. Like there's if and then. It's logical, formalized into logical arguments.
Now, what does improved productivity mean? It means...
I've read a couple of chapters from his Defense of Historical Materialism book, and then a couple essays.
Means more output for every unit of labor. And
I don't like analytic philosophy particularly much. I think continental is much more interesting, but I do respect Cohen's philosophical. Defense, Historical Materialism, a Defense. I think that's the title of the book.
That means that you can do two different things when productivity goes up.
His chapter on the value form is really weird. Which is a product of attempting to formalize the first couple chapters of capital in an analytic thing. It creates something that is really confusing, and I don't think what Marx was intending.
One way of using enhanced productivity is to reduce work and extend leisure, while producing...
I think it's powerful, though. This reminds me of a book by Robert Paul Wolff, different Marxist Wolff philosopher, called In Defense of Anarchism, which essentially uses liberal values to prove that both the institution of private property and the state are immoral. So liberal individual values that come out of the Enlightenment. It says that the state and private property are limitations in people's freedom and autonomy. Which I think is interesting, even if I don't agree with those.
When productivity goes up. One way of using enhanced productivity is to reduce work and extend leisure, while producing the same output as before. Alternatively, output may be increased while labor stays the same. Now, let's grant that more output is a good thing. But it's also true that for most people, what they have to do to earn a living isn't a source of joy. Most people's jobs, after all, are such that they benefit not only from more goods and services, but also from a shorter working day and longer holidays. Just consider, if God gave all of us the pay we now get, and granted us freedom to choose whether or not to work at our present jobs for as long as we pleased, but for no extra pay, then there'd be a big increase in leisure time pursuits. So improved productivity makes two things possible. It makes possible either more output or less toil, or of course some mixture of both. But capitalism is biased in favor of the first option only, increased output, since the other, reduction of toil, threatens a sacrifice of the profit associated with greater output and sales. What does a firm do when the efficiency of its production improves? Well, it doesn't just reduce the working day of its employees and produce the same amount as before. Instead, it makes more stuff. It makes more of the goods it was already making. Or if that isn't possible, because the demand for what it's selling won't expand, then it lays off part of its workforce and seeks a new line of production in which to invest the money it thereby saves. Eventually, new jobs are created and output continues to expand, although there's a lot of unemployment and suffering along the way. Now, the consequence of the increasing output, which capitalism favors, is increasing consumption. And so we get an endless chase after consumer goods just because capitalist firms are geared to making money and not to serving the interests of consumers.
Does anyone know when Keffel started their 24-hour charity thing? Because I want to write into it when I'm done.
Alfred P. Sloan,
But is it like gonna end soon?
who once ran General Motors in the United States, said that
the other one is In Defense of Anarchism.
was the business of
Oh, it started 6 hours ago. Oh, awesome. Okay, then then we'll
the
be fine.
automobile industry to make money, not cars.
Chomsky, for instance, is fond of In Defense of Anarchism. Here it is. Robert Paul Wolff defends philosophical anarchism, argues individual autonomy and state authority are mutually exclusive. As individual autonomy is inalienable, the moral legitimacy of the state collapses. The other one I was talking about, Karl Marx's theory of history. I wonder if it, does it not? Oh, it does. Culminating his attempt to reform Karl Marx's doctrine of alienation, exploitation, historical materialism, interprets Marxism as a scientific theory of history, applies the techniques of analytic philosophy to elucidate and defense of Marx's materialist conception of history. It won the Isaac Deutscher Memorial Prize. It's very dense.
Agree, and that, I'm saying, is why it makes so many cars. It would make far fewer if its goal weren't money, but, say,
It ends in
providing
which hours?
people
Okay,
with
good.
an efficient
Right, 'cause
and
it's
an
24 hours.
inoffensive form of transport. If the aim of production were the satisfaction of need, then rather less would be produced and consumed than is in fact produced and consumed. And most of us would lead less anxious lives and have more time and...
Analytic philosophy reminds you of this.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't.
I guess.
In the
yeah.
event that the
I guess that
position
works.
that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation.
This is just reading analytic philosophy. This is literally just reading analytic
The
philosophy.
variation being the difference between where the missile is
Oh,
and where it wasn't.
Okay.
If
alright.
variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be
Whoa,
corrected
Jack,
by the
shoot.
GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the
did you
algebraic
do
sum of
p-filter?
where
Okay.
it shouldn't be and where it was, it
Oh,
is
shit,
able
this
to
isn't-
obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
Let me find it. Which is called error. That's funny. So I gotta find the P filter. I replaced it on my thing. Where is it? Somewhere in my downloads. This is a very important task that requires all of my effort. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. There it is. I did it. I did it. There it is. We happy? We did it. Is there a remix? Hold on. Let's... Oh, I'm gonna get DMCA'd actually. Never mind. The golden shroom. Actually, don't look, shit.
Energy for the cultivation and enjoyment of our own powers. Now, I'm not some kind of fanatical Puritan who's against consumer goods. I'm not knocking consumer goods. Consumer goods are fine. But the trouble with the chase after goods in a capitalist society is that we'll always, most of us, want more goods than we can get, since the capitalist system operates to ensure that people's desire for goods is never satisfied. Business, of course, wants contented customers, but they mustn't become too contented, since when customers are satisfied with what they've got, they buy less and work less, and business dwindles. That's why in a capitalist society, an enormous amount of effort and talent goes into trying to get people to want what they don't have. That's why there's feverish product innovation, huge investments in sales and advertising, and planned obsolescence. In order to keep going as a system, capitalism has to keep people on the go, and it creates a great deal of strain and nervous tension. The Rockefellers make sure that the Smiths need to keep up with the Joneses, and in a forlorn attempt to keep up, because not everybody can manage to keep up, people work their lives away and sometimes take extra jobs in order to buy things they don't have the time to enjoy because of the time they spend working to buy them.
There's
in earlier periods of
go
capitalist
have
history,
there is a command, I forgot.
its preference for output conferred on the system a progressive historical role. Capitalism raised us above the scarcity imposed by nature under which pre-capitalist peasants labored. But as that natural scarcity recedes, the output preference renders capitalism reactionary. It can't realize the possibilities of liberation it creates. Having lifted the burden of natural scarcity, it contrives an artificial scarcity, which means that people never feel they have enough. Capitalism brings humanity to the very threshold of liberation and then locks the door. We get near it, but we remain on a treadmill just outside it. Sometimes people fall off that treadmill, and recently in this country, that's happened on a large scale. I'm referring again to the problem of unemployment, which is now enormous in Britain. The same system that overworks people in the interest of profit also deprives them entirely of work when it's not profitable to employ them. And what we get as a result is not something that we could imagine, a reasonable amount of work and a balanced existence for everyone, but grotesque overemployment for some, together with rending unemployment for others. How can they say that this system satisfies human need when homeless people in Britain need housing and unemployed bricklayers need work? How can anybody think that it's a system that promotes human benefit when it projects the message that the only way to self-esteem is to be the owner of a BMW or at least a Ford Sierra? And then it throws millions of families into a destitution where they can barely afford sausages to feed their children. So I'm very skeptical about the claim that capitalism is so good at satisfying our needs as consumers. And anyway, people have needs which go beyond the need to consume. One of those needs will, because it's so important, occupy most of the rest of this talk. It's a person's need to develop and exercise his or her talents. When people's capacities lie unused, they don't enjoy the zest for life which comes when their faculties flourish. Now, people are able to develop themselves only when they get good education. But in a capitalist society, the education of children is threatened by those who seek to fit education to the narrow demands of the labor market. And some of them think that what's now needed to restore profitability to an ailing British capitalism is a lot of cheap, unskilled labor. And they conclude that education should be restricted to ensure that it'll supply that labor. The present Chancellor of the Exchequer, Nigel Lawson, said in a speech a couple of years ago that we should now think about training people for jobs which are, as he put it, not so much low-tech as no-tech. Now, what sort of education is contemplated in that snappy statement, not so much low-tech as no-tech? Not an education that nourishes the creative powers of young people and brings forth their full capacity. Nigel Lawson is saying that it's dangerous to educate the young too much, because then we produce cultivated people who aren't suited to the low-grade jobs the market will offer them. An official at the Department of Education and Science recently said something similar. He said, and I'm here quoting his words, that we're beginning to create aspirations which society cannot match.
British people love to be called Nigel Lawson.
When young people
That's my contribution.
Can't find work which meets their abilities and expectations, then we're only creating frustration with disturbing social consequences. We have to ration educational opportunities.
Is he Jesus Christ, look at this guy. He's still going? Look at him. God damn. He looks like he died 10 years ago.
So that society can cope with the output of education. People must be educated once more to know
He's
their
on
place.
1 HP.
That's the end of the quote. Well, what have we got here? Something very frightening. We've got a policy of deliberately restricting educational provision so that state schools can produce willing sellers of low-grade labor power. It's hard to imagine a more undemocratic approach to education. And notice that to prefer a democratic distribution of educational opportunity, you don't have to believe that everyone is just as clever as everyone else. Nigel Lawson isn't saying that most people are too dim to benefit from a high level of education. It's precisely because people respond well to education that the problem which worries him arises. You see, there's a lot of talent in almost every human being. You can see it in kids. But in most people, that talent remains undeveloped, since they haven't had the time and the freedom and the facilities to develop it. Throughout history, only a leisured minority have enjoyed such freedom on the backs of the toiling majority. And that's been unavoidable up to now. But now, it's no longer unavoidable. We have a superb technology which could be used to restrict unwanted labor to a modest place in life. But capitalism doesn't use that technology in a liberating way. It continues to imprison people in largely unfulfilling work, and it shrinks from providing the enriching education which the technology it has created makes possible. Some supporters of British capitalism disagree with Lawson's idea that there's a danger that people will get too much education. They say that what the market now needs is a better trained labor force. Well, whoever's right about that, I'm confident that we shouldn't stake our children's future on the hope that the capitalist market will need what's good for them. The educational system shouldn't be subject to the capricious demands of capitalism, and it shouldn't cater to the tendency of capitalism to treat enormous numbers of people as nothing but sources of profit, and when they can't be profitably exploited, as redundant and expendable, because that's what the capitalist firm does. Is it possible to create a society which goes beyond the unequal treatment that capitalism imposes? Many would say that the idea of such a society is an idle dream. Many would agree with the negative things I've said about capitalism, but they'd say, look, there's no point getting upset about it. There's always been inequality of one kind or another, and there always will be. But I think that reading of history is too pessimistic. There's actually much less inequality now than there was, for instance, 100 years ago. 100 years ago, only a few radicals proposed that everybody should have the vote. Others thought that was a dangerous idea, and most would have considered it to be an unrealistic one. But today, we have the vote. We are a political democracy. But we're not an economic democracy. We don't share our material resources, and most people in this country would regard that as an unrealistic idea. Yet I'm sure it's an idea whose time will come. Society won't always be divided into those who control its resources and those who have only their own labor to sell. But it'll take a lot of thought to work out the design of a democratic economic order, and it'll take a lot of struggle against privilege and power to bring it about. We can't go back to being independent peasant communities, and even if we could, we'd be sacrificing the tremendous gains we owe to capitalism if we did so. Nor is anybody going to provide us with schmooze. The obstacles to economic democracy are considerable.
That's what you think. That's what they want you to think, folks, that schmooze aren't real.
But just as no one now
No
would
one wants to
defend
talk
slavery
about this.
or serfdom, I believe that a day will come when no one will be able to defend a form of society in which a minority profit from the dispossession of the majority.
Banger. Pop off, King. I want let's check back. So yeah, Cohen is an interesting. This is in the 80s, I think. But Cohen is an interesting thinker. He's very eclectic. He talks about some of his arguments are very Rawlsian, where he uses Rawls to critique Rawls and say Rawls doesn't go far enough because he's like still thinking within a sort of liberal framework.
On 7/14, and we completed it.
Let's check
in
back
12
here,
days.
folks. Let's see what they're
I will
doing.
tell
This is
you
the
that
AZ
the
audit.
volunteers worked incredibly hard on this, as well as the observers we had overseeing what they were doing. And we started working at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we went until midnight on
People
those
still
days.
support
We had,
Potato Head
two
Biden.
teams that were working that
What sad
very,
pieces
very
of
solid
shit. Laugh,
work.
laugh, laugh, laugh.
So here's what we found.
What?
The
Trump lost the
Maricopa County official
election.
canvas.
Biden
you can
confirmed
see
winner
it's-
again.
As it's been reported
Busted.
earlier.
I
And
hope
we did the
Canada's.
machine
Oh,
count, and it
that's
was
one of
very
you,
close.
isn't
There were
it?
121
That has to
less
be.
ballots.
Michelle Volk, do not tap on the glass. Do not
than,
comment on this.
They had counted, in which again, you can see the forensic election audit.
It has to
that
be.
count on the ballots was a little bit less, but all of it was within 1,000 of what Maricopa
Jail
County
time for
did.
Dems.
Not surprising. One of the things we did
Biden
learn
is
on the
loser.
machines
Discount
when we were testing
copium.
them and setting them up to operate is when they did.
This
was
is a great
miscount,
summary
and
of.
we did do recounts.
This is a perfect summary of American political discourse. This chat. Trump equals strong military. Yeah, that's great. So things are going great for them. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Oh, also, thank you, President Xi. Thank you so much. We love to see it, folks. So fucking based. God damn it. Based. Get those productive forces going. I hope this affects GPU prices, so that graphics cards can become cheaper again. I pray to the Lord. We'll say the line. What's the line? Wait. Which line? Can they still be mined in China? No, this is just banning transactions in China. China still uses blockchain stuff. Oh, President Xi is my dad. Yeah. Okay, I forgot. Yeah, he is. That's true. Yep. Nothing but facts. They'll still mine them, I think, yeah. But this is an attempt to increase the crackdown. Let's do more. This is COVID update.
You're very welcome to this talk. It's Friday evening, the 20th.
Because I think this relates. The symptoms for vaccinated people are very different than unvaccinated people. Apparently, like, coughing is the 6th most common symptom if you're vaccinated. It's a lot of the times it just appears like a cold. I think that's the point of this talk. So this should be interesting because I think it's important for people to know.
24th of
Like if you have a cold and you're vaccinated and you think you have a cold, you might want to get tested just to be sure.
September. Now, lots of people around the world are saying they've got the worst cold they've ever had.
That's
And
also because Delta symptoms seem to be different, right? That makes sense.
they're wondering if there's some sort of really bad cold virus going around. Well, in the UK at least, the news is that there is not a really bad cold virus going around. It's just the usual cold viruses that are going around.
Hey, Steph, thank you for the 15
People's
months.
immunity have waned over the past 18 months because they haven't been exposed very much to common colds. So last winter, influenza and common colds were at an all-time record low. Now, these are just a routine part of life, really. We want to prevent them, of course, if we can, especially in vulnerable people, because they can lead to complications in people that are prone to, for example, chronic obstructive airways disease.
Can you use blockchain for labor vouchers? Probably, yeah. I don't see why not.
Really strong argument to say that getting these intercurrent infections actually boosts the immune system generally and might protect other immunosurveillance activities as well. And one of those...
The problem is environment stuff for a lot of blockchain tech. Maybe not all blockchain tech.
Maybe cancer, because some people, some cancers are caused by lack of immunity. These are just part of life. They're unpleasant, but they're all part of life, but they all boost the immune system. But let's look at this briefly now. So this is the UK government data, syndromic surveillance. A syndrome is just a clinical condition with many different features, many different signs and symptoms. And this is the weekly summaries for 2021, and it goes down, and you can download the latest one there. And I think that's the week ending the 19th of September. And there you go. It tells you everything you'd like to know, all at the click of a mouse. And of course, I always include all of the references, so you can just click away to your heart's content. I always include those in the references immediately below. Now, lots of people are saying they've had the worst cold ever. So as of the week ending the 19th of September, 111 in the UK is where you call just to sort of about common medical problems, common complaints, just to get a bit of on-call advice. It's not the emergency line. It's just where if you're not feeling very well and you can talk it over with someone, and they can refer you on to a professional if needed. So 111 calls for respiratory type indicators increased nationally in the UK, and it's also increased in New Zealand and in Hong Kong and in Singapore, I think, and I assume it's increased in the States and as well. This is basically everywhere. But in the UK, particularly 1 to 14-year-olds are complaining more of respiratory type features and respiratory viruses because, of course, they've returned to school and they're mixing again. Combine that with the fact that many have been isolating over a long period of time, and their immunity has waned to these common viruses. And they are common viruses. Also,
I think this is a more interesting video. I guess this is literally just there are actually bad common colds. Sorry, home ivermectin based kits in India. I think this guy used to be a doctor, but he's like retired.
Well, a warm welcome to today's talk. It's Wednesday, the 22nd of September. Lots of questions coming in over the past months, really, on India. Why has India been apparently so successful in managing this pandemic after that terrible surge we saw last summer? Things seem to have gone dramatically well. Why is this? And really, we need to call for more research on this, because I think there's something really quite interesting, or many things interesting, we can learn from the India situation. And we don't seem to be capitalising on this information at the moment. But let's look at the context of this first of all. So
his channel, Dr. John Campbell. I could just link this video if you want it. We used to watch his videos early on.
New daily confirmed cases. India, of course, we had that big surge there, now way down. United Kingdom, much higher, of course, in terms of per capita numbers. Here we have the testing. So we see that the testing in India is much lower than in the UK, but this is going to probably result in less cases in India being diagnosed than there actually is. So this is an underestimate of cases, but it's fairly consistent over a period of time. So I think we can use this because we've got consistent underreporting, we would imagine, in India. Now, share of the population fully vaccinated, well, in the UK, well over 60%. In India, we're about 14% now. And this is just picking up gradually for people fully vaccinated, which of course is needed for significant protection against the Delta variant. And then we look at the deaths in India. They did go up quite sharply then, as we knew, but they've stayed relatively level after that, whereas in the UK we do see a slight increase at the moment. So pretty stark data differences there between the UK and India. So what's going on in India? Well, I want to look at the home medical kits they've been using in India. So let's start off with the example of Goa first of all here. Relatively small population state, but as early as October 2020, we're talking about this policy. Chief Minister in the presence of the Minister for Health. So this is all referenced largely in the Hindustan newspaper. Which is a national newspaper in India. So what they did here is the population of Goa, they were giving out family kits, and this consisted of a pulse oximeter to measure oxygen sats, the amount of oxygen in the blood, so they could detect if people were being deteriorating. Digital thermometer, so they knew what the temp was. Paracetamol tablets. Now, paracetamol tablets would reduce aches and pains. The problem to my mind with paracetamol tablets is that also reduce the temperature, which is not always a good thing to do, but nevertheless that's what's in these kits. Vitamin C 30 tablets, multivitamins with zinc, which we know is an important immunological required molecule, 30 of those. Vitamin D, which we've looked at again, 2 packs of vitamin D. Ivermectin, 12 milligram tablets, 10 of those. Doxycycline, 100 milligram tablets, 10 of those. Now, there was some thinking that doxycycline was going to be helpful in protecting against COVID-19, but it's looking like it's not. But in the Indian context, it could reduce the probability that people will get bacterial secondary infection. So it doesn't seem a bad thing, but anyway, we're just reporting what they did. 3 packs of face masks, 295 masks, hand sanitizer, 100 mils, and alcohol-based wipes. Alcohol-based wipes, 1 box with 20 pieces inside, and 2 pairs of gloves. So pretty sensible kit there, but interesting things to note in that kit. Things that really grabbed my attention there. Zinc, which we've talked about on this channel. Zinc, vitamin D, which we've talked about on this channel, D3. Ivermectin, which we've talked about on this channel.
Can't find anything about the AZ audit on Fox News. That's really funny.
And secondary antibiotic treatment. So, interesting. That's what the government decided to give. Now, Uttar Pradesh did something very similar. So this is New Delhi here. This is the state of Uttar Pradesh up in the north of India. This is Nepal here on the border. So if you've ever been trekking or anything in Nepal, that's where you'll go. Very popular state, Uttar Pradesh in India. Population 204 million. So this is a very, I mean, this is just like a country in its own right, isn't it? I mean, these are absolutely huge populations in India. 204 million people in Uttar Pradesh alone. Now, bringing this up to date, this is a few days ago from the Indian press, Hindustan Times. No fresh cases of COVID in one day in 59 districts of Uttar Pradesh, in the 59 districts that make up Uttar Pradesh. The last 24 hours, they've done 191,000 samples. 33 of those came back positive. This is quite staggering. That gives a test positivity rate of 0.01%. Now, when things were bad in India, we were pessimistic. We thought it might go on for some time, but the numbers seem to have come down really quite dramatically. So interesting home medical kits in Goa, and as we'll see in Uttar Pradesh as well. So active caseload, 187 people. This was actually of a few days ago, about 3 days ago. Current people in Uttar Pradesh out of 204 million people, 187 actually had COVID at the time, as opposed to the peak in April, which was 310,000. So massive success. So why is this? And this is what the world really needs to learn from. Targeted testing of specific groups. So the testing they had was limited. They didn't have as much testing as the UK or America. but they targeted it well. There was good early detection with good public health campaigns. There was good contact tracing. And actually, there was quite a high skill level of contact tracing in Uttar Pradesh from the HIV pandemic, for example. Isolation was well practiced, supported and enforced. And free and timely provision of medical kits and the treatment of the rural populace. So people were given free and timely provision of medical kits. So if they tested positive, someone will come along, hopefully the same day, with a medical kit. And we believe, I can't guarantee this, I've only got this from one source, but they were cheap, $2.65 per person. So remarkably inexpensive intervention. So this is from the Hindustan Times. This is a national newspaper in India. Hindustan, of course, is just a Hindi for Indian. State government gave out 50 lakh medical kits through village surveillance committees. Now, a lakh in Indian is 100,000. It's the way they say 100,000. They call it a lakh. So, in other words, 500,000. In the initial wave, as I understand this. So, state government's giving out these medical kits to people that were testing positive. Direct quotes from the paper. A team of doctors will supervise the admission of doses as well as distribution of the medical kits among the children in all 75 districts of the state. And these were also given out to families, as I understand it, as well. So, again, going right back to August 2020, the government ordered ivermectin-based treatment kits.
Wait, 50, 100,000? Yeah, that would be 5 mil.
These were also given out, reported in the Hindustan Times, ivermectin-based treatment kits. Not saying it's good, not saying it's bad, just reporting what it says. People with mild or asymptomatic COVID-19 were given these kits and then kept in home isolation. They defined cases well. Mild cases were oxygen saturations of more than 94%. Moderate cases, oxygen saturations 90 to 94%. Indications for hospitalisation, saturations below 90%, which is the way they basically triage their patients. It's important to take other things into account as well, but that's a useful indicator. Now, of those who tested positive, 90% successfully treated at home, 10% did need to be hospitalised. So a pretty high hospitalisation rate, actually. Now, the treatment pack that were given out in Uttar Pradesh, and remember there was hundreds of thousands of these, contained ivermectin, doxycycline, vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin B, zinc, paracetamol, a thermometer, and a pulse oximeter. Amazing that they could do them for this kind of money. I think if you live in India, do let me know if you're making pulse oximeters now. I assume you must be making them domestically. They use local COVID control centres, twice daily phone calls to household contacts to check on progress. They asked for oxygen saturation levels and temperature readings, so people were monitoring themselves at home. Check that ivermectin and doxycycline had been taken. And as we've said, doxycycline, no antiviral properties that I'm aware of. The data is not really indicating that, but bacterial secondary infection could be a problem. But they checked that they were taking ivermectin. So this doctor, head of Department of Respiratory Medicine, King George Medical University, Lucknow, which of course is the capital of Uttar Pradesh. Overall mortality in 2020 in India was 2.4%.
I'm assuming it's a human.
4%. Uttar Pradesh, it was only 2%. So that is down quite a bit, really. When you think of all the millions of people, that is a very significantly lower numbers of mortalities, of deaths in Uttar Pradesh. That is the beauty, that is the success story of ivermectin, this doctor says. That's a direct quote from the article about him. And he's also a brand ambassador for COVID vaccination in India. So this doctor...
That is... When was this? This was 2 days ago. That's going to be big for Brett Weinstein.
So it is, from this report, very highly pro...
The right-wing grift sphere exports their culture to such an extent that they're affecting like regional level policy in India.
So he looks like this doctor thinks the same way as me. He wants to protect people with vaccination, of course. And if there's a useful antiviral treatment, he would like to use that, of course. Not that I'm prescribing any drugs, because I never do. Now, the success story in Uttar Pradesh was actually highlighted by the World Health Organization, no less. So that was good to see. And they put up this sort of press release on it. Uttar Pradesh going the last mile to stop COVID-19, being lauded as an excellent case. The Uttar Pradesh state government has initiated house-to-house active case finding of COVID-19 in rural areas. And it goes on to give the statistics of what the government has been done, and impressive it is. Talking about the monitoring teams, talking about the testing, talking about the mobile vans in Uttar Pradesh, all from the WHO. The World Health Organization supports Uttar Pradesh
he's
government
retired,
in training
right? You can't prescribe drugs if you're not a
planning.
practicing
That's good.
doctor.
So more about that. Those with symptoms were tested and given medical kits and informed on quarantining and isolation, both at home and in hospital. Now, the WHO seemed to run out of space there, so they didn't give the details of what is in the medical kits, unfortunately, but we have done that from the sources I have given you the references for. Don't take my word for it. Click on the references, check it out for yourself. So there's just a few of the references there that I've been using. Uttarakhand state also in the north, population there 10 million. Now this was also, no, that's something else I'm going to show you. So Uttarakhand, population 10 million. State level clinical technical committee chief secretary Om Prakash to all district magistrates recommended. The panel has recommended the ivermectin tablet as mass chemo prophylaxis. So chemo means it's a chemical or a drug. Prophylaxis means preventative. To effectively control the surge of COVID-19 infection, that is their view. That is their view. Now, I've managed to find this graphic here, which shows an interesting correlation.
Don't look up Hindustan Times ivermectin. Well, you told me, so I have to look it up. That's how that works.
Daily cases in Uttarakhand, there are the numbers up there. This is the time spell here. Now, this is when the...
Okay, so they removed it. There's an update to this. Oh, let's look at what's going on here.
That we have noted here, but also everything that Senator Peterson has concerns about. The Attorney General has that. We are asking him to open up a formal investigation so that he can pursue and seek additional information, additional facts, perhaps get some of these missing things that we were never able to get, verify all this information, and take the appropriate actions of anything that is necessary to do. I have every confidence that he will be doing that. I also want to say thank you to my Senate Republican colleagues. When we started this, it was, we had a caucus and every single one of our Republican members said, this is important. Our constituents have questions they want answered. We didn't think it was going to be this long. We didn't think it was going to be this expensive or this difficult, but we did it. We hung in there, we did it, and as you can see, we do have some work to do here. We have a lot of work to do because, quite honestly, if we don't follow our rules, don't follow our elections, this is how problems can happen. We also know that 18 different states sent representatives here because they have constituents asking the same questions.
Get Mojo.
At the very least, what I think that we can all come out of this is that we need to do audits to some extent. We need to do bigger audits on every election just to make sure that everybody's following the rules.
Just in
So
general?
with that, I want to say thank you to Mr. Logan, Mr. Poland, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Bennett, all of you present, Mr. Shiva, Dr. Shiva. Thank you for all your hard work. I know this was very difficult on you and your family, Mr. Logan. You've been here for many months and you've left your wife and 11 children back at home, and he has another one due in next month in a couple of weeks. So we gave up a lot for this and we appreciate it. So to everyone, thank you all very much.
Wait,
where we could make constructive improvement. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and we're sorry you went last and you had to hold on the longest, but thank you so much for doing this. For some of you may not know,
CD
Mr.
truck,
Bennett
thank you
did
for the 10
this
months.
on his own time, on his own nickel, and he lives in Prescott, but literally drove down almost every single day to be at the audit with the rest of the team to make sure that everything was done accordingly and chain of custody was followed and everything was always documented. So thank you, Mr. Bennett. That was quite a yeoman's job on your part. All right, closing comments. Senator Peterson, I'll let you start.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll be fairly brief here. I just, first of all, want to thank you for what you've done with this. You have faced incredible opposition and hostility, and you have handled that with grace and dignity. So I want to thank you and recognize you for that. Again, the goal here is election integrity and making sure our citizens have faith in the process. So as we wrap this up, what are our next steps?
Mission accomplished,
where do we
baby.
go from here? And I think there's legislation, and I think there's law enforcement that needs to be involved. So I'm going to name off 8 bullet points here that I think need to be handled by my colleagues and by our Attorney General. First of all, and what I have found perhaps the most unsettling through this whole process is the obstruction that we have seen from the county. The failure to comply with the auditor, a brazen willingness to violate a legal subpoena. Our Attorney General said that was against the law. It's truly alarming. And furthermore, to their willingness to expend significant resources, human capital, you name it, to block and to stop this audit. As I recall, it was like $18,000 or something like that for one of their audits that they spent money on. How much money have they spent trying to stop our audit? It has to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that would be an interesting number to see. Number two, the numbers don't reconcile. As you've seen through, this is a theme throughout all the reports, all of us as citizens, we should be able to pull up these election results and we should be able to, every direction, reconcile the numbers. If I subtract, early ballots, or if I subtract, or if I add the rejected, if I, no matter which way, you should be able to come up with a reconciliation so that everything balances. That needs to happen. It appears that they broke the law with duplicate ballots.
Oh, so they are making that claim.
That's a huge deal. That needs to be resolved. We need to get to the bottom of whether that law was broken, how to prevent it in the future, hold people accountable that did it this time. Churning of logs. The churning of logs. We need to find out why that happened. Who did it? What was the motive? What was there?
This is so funny too, how unprepared they are, that the final statements aren't conclusive. They're questions, like, what's going on with this? I don't know. We need to investigate. It's like, you've had access to these things for 7 months.
Bottom of the logs that were there. Chain of custody issue. Number 5, chain of custody issues. Number 6, a failure to preserve data files. And number 7, cybersecurity weaknesses that were shown by Mr. Cotton, so evident here. Those are not going to get any better. We're seeing people being held hostage via cybersecurity every day, and it's constantly becoming more sophisticated. We definitely need to up our game there. And number 8, the envelopes with blank signatures. We have a lot of questions there that need to be answered. So with that, Madam President, I look forward to working.
Oh, this is funny. Sorry, this is literally just from the wiki. They found problems. It's released less than a day before formal announcement. The report found that Biden's win was correctly certified, that the discrepancies between an official count and their own were small. Cyber Ninja said they found problems with election conduct and alleged widespread anomalies in the election count. that sets the results in doubt, despite the fact that their count gave 99 more votes for Biden and 261 fewer for Trump. So their actual results show that Biden won, but then they're just like saying that, well, this is weird. I don't know. So they did not have anything.
With my colleagues, and
they were not able to produce anything. I guess that's what I expected. Cause yeah.
With the Attorney General in any way to resolve these issues and to improve our elections and
their
to
own report was
increase
full of fuck-ups,
election
yeah.
integrity in the state of Arizona.
Thank you, Senator Peterson. Senator Peterson is our Jude chairman. This started in the Jude committee back in December, and only appropriate to end up there. And my closing remarks, first and foremost, let me tell everybody that all of these reports are up and posted on our website for you to access all of them. That website is azsenaterepublicans.com. azsenaterepublicans.com. You can all go there and see all of those reports. Second of all, I have already transmitted a letter to our Attorney General's office with all of those reports. That not only includes everything that we have noted here, but also everything that Senator Peterson has concerns about. The Attorney General has that. We are asking him to open up a formal investigation so that he can pursue and get seek additional information, additional facts, perhaps get some of these missing things that we were never able to get. Verify this, all of
that's enough. That's enough for Q people. I guess this is pretty much what I predicted, that they wouldn't find anything, but they'd say it's like, oh, this is fucked up, and it was as a result of that. That would be enough
information and take the appropriate
Decertify
actions
now,
of anything
brother.
that is necessary to do. I have every confidence that he will be doing that.
GOP gives jobs to China is a funny claim.
I also want to
don't
say
think I've
thank you
heard that
to
one
my
before.
Senate Republican colleagues. When we started this, it was, we had a caucus and every single one of our Republican members said, this is important. Our constituents have questions they want answered. We didn't think it was going to be this long. We didn't think it was going to be this expensive or this difficult, but we did it. We hung in there, we did it, and as you can see, we do have some work to do.
Let's get into
your diligence and your patience on this. And as we think about what I've talked about today,
let's see.
It really boils down to accountability, right? And making sure that our election systems are secured. I will tell you that they were not, based on
You coined
any
the term cyber
measure.
ninjas? That's the company's name. So they did.
That I, as a IT professional, performing countless vulnerability assessments
Yeah.
and incident responses.
That's just a very solid indication of the quality of the company, that their name is Cyber Ninjas.
All cops are bad cops.
That I have occurred.
Alright,
had
guys,
a
thank you for the 5
client
months.
that engaged me, had this state of a network, it would have resulted in a failure on our audit. So at this point, I would like to remind people that from a totality of what these findings are, there simply is no accountability by anyone accessing these devices. You had shared passwords. You had shared user accounts. You had remote access. If someone could get access to this system, they wouldn't need a zero-day exploit. The systems were so far out of date from a security compliance standpoint that it would have taken the average kitty hacker less than 10 minutes using Metasploit to hack.
So again, so they did certify the election. The report found Biden's win is correctly certified.
This system, okay? And I would like to remind everyone that's listening to this that when you have a network of computers like you have in these voting systems. It only takes one person bringing in a little hockey puck with admin access to provide external remote access to that voting system. And in the situations where you don't have accountability, you have shared usernames and you have shared passwords, you simply cannot guarantee the security and the accountability on those systems. And I thank you very much for your time, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
Let's get the questions.
We're not doing questions at this time since it's just a
No.
presentation. We will have committee hearings that will give everybody the opportunity.
You bitch. I want
to ask questions in the
questions.
future. So thank you. Okay.
Do you think about how funny those questions would have been?
We are going to go back to Mr. Logan. For those that are looking at your watch, the bulk of this is done, but there's still some more important things to do.
Wage Watch, which still exists this
Wonder
day,
if there's
and we
still-
developed software that's still considered some of the best in the industry that we're in.
Wonder if there are any questions here.
Weeks, we were told that they were told, just stop checking signatures. We've got to get this done. So what he's showing us here does in some sense correlate with the things that people had told us, so for what it's worth. Okay, let's go to Doug Logan, Cyber Ninjas. You were going to give us your report, and would you please give us just a tad of your background?
Sure. So I'm Doug Logan. I'm the CEO of Cyber Ninjas. I have done cybersecurity work for a lot of major organizations, including
Doug Logan,
America.
dude. Doug Logan. Look at this bozo.
and JP Morgan Chase. I've done a decent amount of work in the federal government as well. I hold the Certified Information Systems Security Professionals, or CISSP. I also have GX Web Application Penetration Tester and GX Certified Incident Handler. I am listed as I am actually an expert on the Antrim election case, and I have a report that's actually published associated with that. It's publicly available from Matt DePerno's website. And I have, of course, been running this audit for the last roughly 5 months.
Mr. Logan, could you pull the mic, or could you get a little bit closer to the mic, please?
Is that better? Okay, awesome. It's not clicking.
Let me look at what's going on in BitChute with this.
There we go. So I just want to start with an overview of what we actually accomplished here, because this is an audit like we've never had before. It involved, as you mentioned earlier, Madam President, involved over 1,500 people. And based on our calculations, it was actually more than 100,000 hours put in place. As you can see up on the photo right now.
Let's look at this guy. Just a few thoughts on the audit by Martin Brodel.
Good afternoon, guys. Okay, so I've been listening to the audit report, and in some ways, listening to it is nauseating. Brenda and I, we just talked about it, and nauseating is the one word that best describes it. These people know exactly what happened, okay? Do I think that some of them have been talked to by the deep state? Sure. You're looking at people, and these are good people. Don't get me wrong, they're good people. But the fact is, we all know what happened. We all know that they cheated massively. Do I think for a minute that Biden got the votes that they say he got? No. Hell no. And anyway, it's extremely frustrating. Very frustrating. And at some point, the military just simply needs to step in and in a very visible way and just say, cut the shit. We know exactly who won. Up and down the ballot, we know.
Well, there you go, right? They're just saying it. It gets to a point, and this is what's happening in America, in a lot of American politics, where it's no longer sublimated. It's just like, yeah, we need a military coup. Like, yeah, that's what this is. This is just open, explicit advocacy for a military coup.
Do I believe that McSally actually lost to Kelly? No, because if you think that, if you really believe that she lost to Kelly, then you got to believe that the people of Arizona voted to have their guns taken away, that they voted for open borders. Is that what I think? No, I don't believe. Now, I believe some people in Arizona are stupid enough to vote that way. Sure, I have no doubt there were people dumb enough to vote for Biden.
This is so revealing. This is really revealing. Like, yeah, this is it is literally impossible for Biden to win. So it has to be stolen. So it actually doesn't matter, the results.
Biden and yes, absolutely. But in the numbers, like what they're saying, no. Anyway, it's so frustrating to watch, and I understand they got to go through it in a very meticulous way. But as what's her name, Liz Harrington, who scoured the deal, we know Trump won massively. We know that, not just in Arizona, but in every state. And anyway, so I've got a game to go to tonight. I don't have to go, but I'm going to. And Brenda's going to go. And so anyway, so we're going to head off to the game. And tomorrow morning, we'll see how this all shakes out. It'll probably shake out later on tonight. But are we going to get the really...
It's all a virtual world, you know. There's nothing
really true numbers? We're going to get the numbers as best as these people were able to come up with. Keep in mind, Maricopa County, these officials have not been cooperating at all. So this is the best that these guys can do without any cooperation from Maricopa County.
This is interesting. So this is an interesting line where it's like they didn't give us the results we wanted, but they were trying. And some of them got tipped off by the deep state and threatened so that they had to say the things that they said.
And this has been going on for how long? Can you imagine if this were you and I, and we put off the authorities for this length of time? Hell, we wouldn't be allowed to put them off for even a week, 2 weeks. Hell no.
That is interesting that there's still, like, I guess, disabled comments. That's funny. I was excited for the comments to this. That there's like a sunk cost thing that you've been like supporting the audit for like 7 months, and the idea that they were like actually they were deep state. Oh shit. My thing. Actually, they were deep state cucks or whatever. That's like.
But because the Democrats have all these lawyers, and the deep state has this money and this power and the ability to threaten people in their lives.
Yeah, they want like this. It's a weird sort of coward half answer of like, yes, I guess they do have to be the deep state because you know their
livelihoods.
They didn't say that it was rigged or whatever. They certified it, but they were trying their best.
Been able to draw it out for months and months, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. That's all it is. It's a bunch of bullshit. And these people all need to be dealt with. And they need to be dealt with harshly. And I mean harshly.
Yeah, it's calling for a military coup, civil war.
As Q said, they need to be dealt with in a way that this never happens again. And anyway, do I appear frustrated? You bet I do. You bet. Because this shit should not be happening. This should have been over with a long time ago. They should have gotten Maricopa County under their thumb.
Oh yeah, this guy's a fucking coward. If you disabled the comments on this video, you're not taking part in armed revolt.
And gotten everything they need. There's no excuse to allow a bunch of stupid dumbass lawyers to back them off with all the judges. Somebody needed to step up to the plate and tell the judges and these lawyers, I'm sorry, but what you're doing is wrong. It's criminal. We understand what happened, and we're here to expose it, whether you like it or not. And unfortunately, people who had the guts, who had the spine to do that, they were few and far between. My hat is off to several of the people there in the Senate in Arizona for staying after it.
It would be really funny if he cried.
The deep state threatened them. So anyway, it's I will talk with you probably tomorrow morning. God bless.
Let's get the update. Let's get the update, brother. All right, I guess that's tomorrow. Let's see this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. He's got more talk. He's got more thoughts.
Good afternoon, guys. Real quick, for those of you who live up in the Worcester area, you need your car, truck, or Mini Cooper worked on, head to Greasy's Garage. Ask for Pete. Pete and the gang can fix whatever you got. And for those of you who would like to learn more about Bear's products, call David at 615-85...
He's got his fucking sponsor, dude. I don't even have a sponsor.
43057. He'll answer all your questions about the car products and the hair products. If you want a cool t-shirt, go to freedomfightertees.com. And for those of you who want to boost your immune system, go to Alaska Chaga. Click on that link. And remember,
this guy is perfect. I need to keep track of this guy. I think this is a newer account. Cause like he's an influencer. Like he's got the plugs, you know. He's not getting that many views. Maybe I think he has. I wouldn't be surprised. He probably has stuff on. Oh, he's got a website. He's probably hosting shit not just on BitChute.
you get 10% off and free freight for being from the channel. And if you want to help our veterans, go to...
I went to his website and it's this. Has not been connected to the internet yet. That's unfortunate.
Hero Soap Company. They're owned by vets and they give part of their profits to veterans down their luck. And then if you'd like to have your own business selling CBD products, send me an email and I'll give you the name and the phone number.
CBD products. This YouTube video is sponsored by Cushy Dreams. Promo code Military Coup for 20% off.
Number of the person to help you get started. Now I know I said I wasn't going to do another video, but
wait, one
Brenda
second.
just sent me some stuff here. Plus, on the Gateway Pundit. So Doug Logan from Cyber Ninja speaks after Dr. Shiva.
All right, let's see.
Or Shiva, and uncovers an additional 57,000 issues, not counting Shiva's 17,000 issues. So now I've been listening some more and to the audit, and the bottom line is there's been absolutely zero cooperation from Maricopa County. But I want to put, Brenda just sent me some things here.
Yeah, because it's like good. They have to fucking replace the machines because they don't trust cyber ninjas, right?
Helps put it into perspective.
He can be court martial. I assume he's like a vet. I don't know how hard they're cracking down on Q people in the military at the lower levels. But I would assume he's no longer. I would assume he's a vet. Did he mention that?
But first this. In Gibraltar.
Oh, he's a former. He's a veteran. Yeah, veteran is former.
March,
right.
Gibraltar was lauded as the first nation to vaccinate its entire adult population.
Oh, let's see vaccine stuff.
Nearly 100% fully vaxxed. This is a pandemic of the vaxxed. How do they spin this one? So,
what?
Fully vaccinated, Gibraltar sees 2,500%, not 25, 2,500% increase in COVID cases, prompting new lockdowns.
What? Wait. First off, is he claiming that Gibraltar is a country?
Think about that one. That's
active duty officers saying bad things, President Big No. Oh yeah. He mentioned he was a vet though, right? Oh, he can lose all benefits.
how bad these vaccines are. They're not vaccines.
He might just be lying too.
All cops are bad cops.
Bad Empanada, how's it going? Thank you for the 8 months. Shout out to Bad Empanada, who's I guess streaming on YouTube now. Boo. I guess you get more viewers and money off of it, so that
they are deadly and dangerous shots.
Featured in the new video that is releasing tomorrow. So it's out. It's on Envy ContraPoints. You can get it free for $2 a month, or wait for tomorrow. Yes, go back. Does he mention it back here?
And to the audit. Call David at 615-854-3057. He'll answer all your questions about the car product. Click on that link. And remember, you'd like to have your own business selling some stuff here. Plus, on on the Gateway Pundit. So Doug Logan, 17,000 issues. So now I've been listening some more and to the audit, and the bottom line is
I
there's
think
been
it was
no
in the other video. He mentioned it. Whatever.
Emma, that's what they are. Now you want to know why, what's going on here, and
yeah, I mean, it's just there was not an increase. There's a massive increase here. I guess I wonder where that claim comes
why
from. I would assume it's just like Telegram shit.
There's so much at stake. How about this? Know thy enemy. Know thy enemy. And Albert Bourla, head of Pfizer. Stefan Bancel, head of Moderna. Emma Walmsley, head of GSK. That would be GlaxoSmithKline. Stanley Erck, head of Novavax. Sergey Weinberg, head of...
It is interesting though, this is a pandemic of the vaccinated thing, which is contingent on the fact he has to recognize that coronavirus is real. Because it's just affected so many people that it's like, obviously there is a virus that is going around that is causing people gross bodily harm and death. And that it is different than just like a flu. But they're like, actually, it's because of the vaccine.
Sanofi. Leif Johansson, head of AstraZeneca. Alex Gorski, head of J&J. And then, of course, you got BlackRock, Vanguard, and all the rest. But I'm not done. I'm not done. No. Let me continue here.
What is he doing?
And then this.
No, yeah, this guy is like... Oh, he disables comments always. This guy is like... He's one of the true believers.
Every single aspect of COVID comes from what? Israel. That's right, the Israeli people. Not the people. I take that back. Not the people.
That's a Freudian slip. There it is.
But it is the group who controls everything. Everything. Listen to this. Rochelle Walensky, CDC director, Jewish. Jeff Rez.
What? Oh yeah, no, this is like, he's just a Nazi. I genuinely did not expect that. I will say, this is like, even for like QAnon influencers, this is beyond the pale. This is like...
Jewish. He's a CDC director. You go right on down the line here. Right on down. And these people, they form what's called the tribe. Okay? The tribe. Everything is at stake for them. Everything. This is a matter of life and death. These are people, this is a group that have gotten away with everything they've ever wanted to do. For years and years, they've done whatever they wanted to do. Look at Jeff Zuck at CNN. All of them. They're all part of the tribe. It's not Jews in general. It's a small group that have been destroying and controlling everything. The Zionists.
Yeah, no, this guy's like, I genuinely didn't that's not... I don't fucking know what this is, dude.
That's what this is about. The Zionists getting their way, making trillions.
I think this really shows like the degree, like the level that a lot of these like influencers are on now. You could see this with like
every year.
Yeah, no, he's just straight up a Nazi. I wonder when he started. He makes a lot of videos. Oh yeah, he just. This is a lot. Let's go most viewed. Yeah, this seems like a pretty new account too. I've never heard of this person. Martin Brodel. Um, is there a YouTube here? Oh, this is strange. He's a YouTube where he stops posting, and they're just all the titles are like. Yeah, this is really weird. This is the fucking rabbit hole. Welcome, everybody. So he's been making videos for a while. I can just search by all this, right? I think it's good to show though. He's got a lot of fucking videos. A year.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, so December. Oh, he's been just making like hours of content a day for like a year and a half.
This is the Gateway Pundit. Let's start with Twitter responding to CNN admits to removing pro-Trump Twitter accounts after Trump tweeted them. Twitter was caught today hiding several of President Trump's tweets on his timeline. Twitter was also caught today deleting thousands of likes from President Trump's tweets on Pelosi. And Twitter was also...
Is he affiliated with the Gateway Pundit?
Also caught removing accounts after President Trump tweeted them. Twitter user The Right Melissa caught Twitter shaving thousands of likes from one of his Pelosi accounts.
He said this is the Gateway Pundit. Is he affiliated with them? Or is he reading off? I think he's quoting from the Gateway Pundit. I don't think he relates to them. Yeah, he found a news story on the Gateway Pundit, I think.
Or one of his tweets. Melissa A. says, busted. Watch Twitter shave off tens of thousands of likes of President Trump's tweet exposing Pelosi's Ukraine corruption. Not only are they removing likes, they have deleted many of his tweets of his homepage. This is Soviet-style censorship of our president. That's pretty chilling. Could you imagine if they did that to Obama? Oh my word, they would never have thought of doing that. And as President Trump retweeted, wow, crazy Nancy, what's going on? This is big stuff. Constitutional Republican, OANN exposes those Democrats and their Ukraine ties, Joe and Hunter, and Nancy and Paul. Seems like it's a family affair. CNN was triggered that President Trump would retweet a QAnon accounts. CNN is definitely not happy.
There's a short Kiwi Farm thing on him, I think. But there isn't much. He really is just some middle-aged guy from Arizona that just cannot stop making insane YouTube videos.
Donald Trump is retweeting QAnon accounts. Soon after this, Twitter began removing the accounts.
Yeah, maybe he's on, because he mentioned he's like a vet. That could relate to that, Linda, maybe?
Retweeted by President Trump. And as his CNN's Brian Stelter posted an update this afternoon.
Yeah.
Y'all, hang in there. We're going to get through this. Sooner or later, the military is going to get tired of the bullshit. And I mean, they've already done a bunch. They've been very active already.
Yeah, no, this guy is just a Nazi. I think it's fair to...
They've been active for years. But at some point...
This is what American Nazism looks like.
they're going to get tired of the bullshit, and they're going to step up to the plate in a open manner, very open for everyone to see. And they're going to put out the real numbers.
Crazy. I wanted to look at more audit stuff because that was the first one we found on BitChute. This is how wild this website is. Let's look at this guy. Let's see what they had to say.
Today is the day that the Arizona audit gets released to the public, or the results of the Arizona audit. I don't know what it's going to say, but I do know that no matter what it says, the side whom the results favor will claim that it's 100% true. And the side whom the results do not favor will claim that it's lies. Now, it's not 100% of either side that will claim that.
Does he have any extra? This is nothing. Okay. He's preparing that because when that video was released, it was already clear that they had certified the election. Let's see if there's any. There's another Brodel one. And nothing too much on here. Yeah, I think people sort of don't want to talk about it. Yeah, this is... Oh, God. This guy. I don't know if this is a guy. Let me see if this is bad. This dude... This guy made a post about Julian. Because Julian went on CNN. I was just like looking through random YouTube videos of cute people. I think it's the same guy. Makes these really weird edits. They're just like schizophrenic. Like, I wonder, I think it's this. Is it the same person? No, it might not be. Maybe there's just there's just more people. These types of videos are so strange. I wish I could find the one. It's so strange. Let's see what Red Pill 78 has to say about. Does he not post on here anymore? Fellow Twitch partner, because I guess Twitch likes making money off of fascists. No, that he hasn't talked about it. All right, let's go back to this guy.
This is an example. This actually happened in the evening one of the days.
Oh, yeah,
so this isn't even a full group of everybody. We're going to go through each role that was out there, what functions they were performing. But you'll notice that everyone is located based on colors. That helped us keep track of where people were and make sure no one was out of place, and help us make sure that we both secured and maintained custody of all the ballots at all times. 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 Over 1,500 people and like 100,000 hours. Now, security was something that was extremely important with everything that we did here. We had multiple layers of security. We actually had an external perimeter that was maintained by the Arizona Rangers. So as you came in, they would validate that you were on a list of individuals in order to be able to get in.
Do not come.
We also had an interior checks so that as you...
Thank Techno. Thank you for 7 gift subs. Thank you so much.
Walked through the door, you came up to a desk where you were both
We love to
checked
see
for
it.
COVID, and validated to be on the list, made sure you had a badge, and all those things to make sure that you were someone that was supposed to be there to even be in the building. All the ballots and election equipment were stored within these cages, and anytime they ever left the cage, they were actually signed out by an individual. So we have a complete signed record of every individual that came and picked up every box. So someone took over custody of that box, and we actually had individuals called runners, and they would run it from the ballot corral, and they take it over to whatever table they need to go to. And that individual would then sign the box over to the table manager at the table that would then utilize it to process it. So at no time was a box of ballots or individual ballots outside of the care of someone's specific authorized care who has to sign off of it. In fact, we actually had 24/7 video surveillance on everything at all times. In addition, you'll see this lovely police officer. They were actually there 24/7 as well, and they were always within sight of the ballot
Look at Zozo.
corrals or where we had the election equipment stored. We had police officers at both locations, always maintaining
What is
and always
that?
making sure that the ballots
That's
and equipment was 100% secure and that nothing could happen to them. So this is one of our tallying tables. What you can see in the middle is actually a lazy Susan. You'll notice that there's 3 counters around the table. There's someone who's actually at this table, they're loading, and someone who's unloading. So all counters were Maricopa residents who specifically voted in the last election. We wanted to make sure that if anyone was involved in this very important action, that they had skin in the game, and they were local. We didn't use anyone out of state for any functions having
To make sure it wasn't biased, we made sure that everyone had skin in the game. What?
to do with the actual tallying of the ballots, or I should say actually tallying the ballots. Some of the table managers were from out of state, but the people actually counting the ballots were all Maricopa residents. There were other functions where we had volunteers from other states, though as much as possible we tried to keep everybody local in Maricopa County. We think it's very important for our local community to take ownership for their election process, and we wanted to facilitate that as much as possible. All these individuals were background checked.
There's a presser for it?
Validated. We had one individual that
Let me see if I can find this. This one isn't live. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on. Oh, I want to see what Gorka has to say. Yeah, Rumble is another really good one.
The width, the horse width. Sure, that is something.
Democrat political plantation and mail-in ballots. Bingo. Done. Over. One-party state. And the second reason is a far more, even worse, more invidious. When you
More invidious?
have somebody who
It's my favorite. That's my favorite graphics card model.
bears the title of president today, say on record in front of a camera, "Oh, it's such a good thing."
Invidious. I can't wait to get the Invidious 380.
Skin color
No, he's trying to say Insidious.
outnumbers another skin color. Why would you say that? There's only one explanation. Because you hate what that white Anglo-European community, culture, civilization represents. America is bad. Don't you get it? We're wicked. We're evil. We stand for truth, for liberty, for entrepreneurship, for fighting for the truths upon which this republic.
This is extended.
No pressure, no upfront or. Bring back the original comments on the fortitude, Abraham.
So the things that Biden has been doing, like the thing in Afghanistan when he left the Americans there, and he left all that military equipment. Is any of that impeachable?
Well,
I love his fucking Collins. I saw on the TV Biden did something bad. Can we get rid of him for it, please?
Of course it is. I mean, you're giving succor to the enemy. We found out
I think that's an impeachable defense, is giving weapons to the enemy. I think that's how
Today
that
he
works.
owns the IRS, what is it, $500,000, that's Biden. But you can't impeach a president unless you convict him in the lower house with a majority
that's
vote
why.
and then a
That's why it won't
supermajority
work,
of
is because of
66 plus 1
bipartisanship.
in the Senate. And it's a 50-50 split. So, no, we have to win the elections next year. We have to take back the House and the Senate, and then we have to get President Trump back in the White House. Abraham, what are you politically? Who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Good for you.
I was prior to that. I was Democratic. But,
how
Conservatives love saying this.
long were you a Democrat? The final chance.
I just
abolishment.
talk about the fucking.
What was
the
it? Do you
audit.
remember what your first one was? You saw in Senate.
Doctor, after well, that was the
human beings. They never do. In fact,
They don't want to talk about it.
that was that against your will.
I want to show a picture of it. It's if
kind of fall for it a little bit. And I've noticed that there is, for real, like I feel like in regular life, conservative women tend to be outspoken and bold. Conservative, black conservatives, black Americans who are conservative, very bold. White men, we have become a bit more demure over the years. We have stopped speaking boldly and articulately and clearly and aggressively because the feminists call us aggressive. They say we're the problem. And so white men tend to just say, all right, I'll just be quiet.
God, I wish that was true.
Sit back, if you're going to call me aggressive, I'll be the opposite of aggressive. I'll just be chill. And now's not
They've made the white men
the time for
soy.
that. I think that conservative white men need to speak up more.
Is this just like what goes on constantly on these shows?
I'm not saying that there are no conservative white men that speak up. You speak up, but you're an immigrant, see? So you have some kind of like something interesting
you're going
about you that the left
intersectional
don't.
again. He's an immigrant.
Yeah. No, but that's how the left looks at us. They judge us.
You as a video we're posting.
This is nothing about. Let's see if Charlie Cook has something to say.
A particular and
All right.
our and our was the human body.
Doesn't that something shows up in standard?
He's just restreaming it. He's not even.
So as I talked to
He's just restreaming it. He's not even.
Election equipment was connected to the internet, or
of which side to go.
Impossible. Hundreds of thousands.
Charlie Cook is just. What is that? None of them can talk about this. They're so confused about it.
You gave us like the Monday green. That was actually more of a Tuesday energy. Please, if you wouldn't, your traditional Friday meeting.
It's Friday.
All right. Okay, we get that. We've been talking about that all week with the Sussman indictment from Friday. But something that's kind of flying under
the what indictment?
The radar a little bit and shouldn't. Outside of Fox News, this show, Levin, Hannity, and others, really no one else in the mainstream media is reporting on the fact that although the FBI is getting a lot of scrutiny for what they did in 2016, given the Sussman indictment, the CIA is managing somehow to escape scrutiny in the intelligence agency.
They just don't want to talk about
That
it.
is a fact. By keeping independent voters, and his dad were, the whole fiasco, the family fiasco. Now, Byron York nails this on his Twitter feed. Byron York from the Washington Examiner. He's like, he says, watch what happens now. The media, which decried this audit. Remember that? The audit, fraud. This audit's all fraud. Cyber ninjas. What losers? Remember the media? Watch. He says, possible scenario now. Democrats and their media allies will denounce the Arizona audit as a frauded. They have denounced it. But what if and when it fails to show evidence to change the result of the election? By the way, this tweet's from a while ago. Media commentators now referring to fraud it will turn on a dime. The audit will suddenly be credible. They'll say, even Arizona.
This is really funny, right? This is a really funny line. This shows to me that these like conservative influencer guys have no fucking clue what to say. Cause like the line here, and you can see it on Wikipedia, because obviously like Wikipedia is a liberal actor, is that The report found Biden's win was correctly certified. The discrepancies between an official count and their own were small. Cyber Ninja said they found problems with election conduct and alleged widespread anomalies in the election. That said the results in doubt, despite the fact their count gave 99 more votes for Biden and 261 fewer for Trump. Maricopa County officials have criticized the report as littered with errors and faulty conclusions. So it's that we ignore it. Isn't that the conclusion?
Arizona Republicans say that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. Bingo, bingo, ding, ding, ding. Kenny Bell time. Absolutely correct. That is 1,000% correct. They will highlight the first part. Audit says Biden beat Trump in Arizona. They will entirely leave out the second part about chains of custody, about how they got the numbers, about if the people who submitted votes were the actual people. They'll leave that whole, the actual people, they'll leave that whole part of it out.
I mean, yeah, right? I'm confused. Didn't they say that the election is certified?
100%. They will leave that whole part out. Guaranteed. Don't forget the scale analogy. It's reliably 10 pounds off. It's reliable, but it's not valid. Could be. Could be. I'm not jumping.
It's reliable, but it's not valid.
To conclusions on anything here. I just want to be crystal clear. I give you the data. You do with the data what you wish. One more quick note on this.
He just
Kelly
loves data.
Ward, the head of the Arizona GOP, is now saying the next step here is a full digital audit. Just the news article, which is pretty good. It says 10 questions the Arizona election audit could answer today, Friday. Kelly Ward, again, the head of the Arizona GOP, says, hey, the report from the Arizona audit team is scheduled to be released Friday, and it's just the beginning of our election integrity journey. The digital portion of the 2020 election must be audited. After months-long delays from Maricopa, the Arizona State Senate's only now getting access to the election system router and Splunk log data that's critical to completing a full forensic audit. Well, we look forward to that next. We want to make sure that elections are not only reliable, because they can be reliably wrong, right? Just like the scale. We want to make sure they're valid as well, correct? Validity and reliability. You need both.
That's not a distinction. That's not a distinction that anyone uses.
Okay. We will keep you updated on that. I promised you news when it broke, and now you have it. All right, let me get to my second sponsor, and I want to get back to the Jen Psaki.
That's perfect.
Who still...
So, yeah, they don't want to talk about it. They mention it for 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I'll stream tomorrow because my video comes out, and we can talk about it. I'll show you. It's let me get to it here. It is, can I say it's a premiere? No, it's unlisted at the moment, but if you have, I don't think I can premiere it from unlisted. But if you have,
unhealthy.
If you have a link, if you have my Patreon, then you can get it early. Yeah, I'm rating Keffels. Yeah. Shout out to them. They're doing a charity thing. It's Keffels time. They look very nice today. Tell them they look nice. Yeah, it's a video on ContraPoints and Envy and Nietzsche, and a left-wing account of Nietzsche. Yeah. And give money and be nice and whatever that. I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.